change up her style tonight, and I think you have to against Megan Bayne.
Let's talk about Toni Storm as an athlete, though. We touched on it a little bit ago, but I really feel like Toni Storm has not only cemented what the women's division means here in AEW, but I actually think that she has really helped shape what AEW is as a company.
She went away for, 4 months?
Yeah.
And she was loitering all over the world.
Yep.
But she came back in tremendous shape.
Yeah.
She's in great condition. She can do a lot of different stuff that I think, in addition to the mind games and the pageantry of her entrance, it throws a lot of people off. When it comes down to it, she's not afraid to get bloody.
Yeah.
She's not afraid to walk through glass to defend that championship.
She's a sick woman.
Yes.
A sick, sick woman.
Sometimes you need that sick.
And you know what? I think she's going to hold on to the gold tonight.
You do.
I do.
Well, you know what?
I believe in
sports,
Toni.
we like to do tail of the tape and
Yep.
reference and statistics. And when you really look at Megan on paper, she checks every box. There's no way Toni can compete with her at all. On the flip side, you just mentioned all the intangibles. Toni Storm has all the intangibles.
She does. She certainly does. All right, another championship that is on the line here tonight, the AEW Trios titles. We've got the Death Riders taking on Rated FTR. FTR are just not on the same page right now. Plain and simple. Dax and Cash not on the same page. I mean, we saw what Cope was able to do, getting that win against Claudio Castagnoli on Dynamite. But is that luck going to be able to carry over here tonight? I mean, Collision didn't look so hot for those guys.
Well, let's talk about where the dissensions seem to start. Cope lost to Mox. The last pay-per-view, they had that brutal street fight. Mox had nails in his back, and Cope lost again. And I think FDR said, hey, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
We're invested with this guy, and he's not getting it done. We are one of the greatest tag teams in history. We can get it done. This guy needs to get in
But
the
a
game.
little bit messed up when you're coming out here saying, these are my best friends. All I care about is wrestling with my best friends. And then the moment there's a crack, you guys dip out like that? Like, that's pretty messed up.
Ego, ego, ego. And you absolutely have to have, candidly, a massive ego to be successful in this industry. And I think Dax and Cash, their chemistry has worked. It's obviously worked very well. You throw another massive ego, no disrespect to any of the three, it's a recipe for disaster, and we've already seen it begin to play out.
You know who's dynamic I'm not doubting?
Talk to me.
Pac, Claudio, Yuta, they are in lockstep with each other. They've been on the same page for months and months and months and months. Just like Mox with the world title, they've got those trios championships locked up, and they're going in as a very united front.
It feels like these guys have a game plan at every corner, whether it's coming from the top and coming from John, whether as the trios champions, these guys have their game plan set in motion. It just feels like they're never just winging it. They're never going based on emotion about how they feel towards each other. That's never going to come into play when you're talking about the Death Riders. This is business bell to bell for all of these men.
When you talk about a unit, and I mentioned it earlier, John Moxley has not had a loss. They're protecting the big prize. John hadn't lost since they came together. To me, that says everything about the Death Riders.
I gotta say, you know who Mox lost to on Wednesday? Swerve and Willow Nightingale. He can be beaten, but how?
Who's the champ?
Fair enough.
That's right. Who's the champ?
Hey, fair
That's
enough.
right. Put a little respect on the man's name, RJ. All right, trios titles. Do you guys have any kind of prediction of who you think? I mean, we know it's going to be Death Riders, FTR. There's no way they can get it done.
We can agree on that.
There's no way. All right, well, the world title, Jon Moxley and Swerve Strickland. Of course, we can kind of just mosey in to talk about that match pretty quickly here. Is Swerve ready to be the guy? We've seen him be the guy before, but this version of Swerve, is he the guy?
Well, LaCour Center, home to the Temple Owls, Goo Goo Dolls, Bob Dylan. We could go down to who's been in there.
Somebody read the Wikipedia.
Is this gonna be Swerve South? Is it gonna be Swerve South?
I've heard a couple of the chants. I've heard some of the chants, but I do think that I mean I can't really even chime in on this one. Come on.
What do you got, RJ?
All I want to say is AR Fox just got a standing ovation from this crowd because he took it to the next level. They want to see that from Swerve. He better get in the game and drop the emotion.
Well, time to head things back down to the ring. Keep the action going. We're going to head back down to Excalibur, Tony Schiavone, and Daddy Magic. Time for some more in-ring action.
This is an open challenge. Scheduled for one fall with a 20-minute time limit.
Oh, God.
Weighing 230 pounds. The best wrestler alive, Platinum Max Caster!
paperwork with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, Max Caster.
Well, you got to give him credit for this. He is relentless. We've seen him come here week in and week out, big smile on his face, bragging about the best wrestler alive. But let's face it, he did his teeth kicked in many times.
Yeah, to that point, Tony, undeterred is Max Caster.
Cut my music. Philadelphia, you are looking live at the best wrestler alive. And there's been a lot of names talked about with this match, but we all know that the Maximaniacs here in Philly only want to say one name and one name only, guys. It's time to chant my name.
Did he say Maximaniacs? He did. Max-a-maniacs. Talking about the streaming service that you can watch Dynamite and Collision on. Big fans. New content just dropping on there.
Yeah, brother. You're not kidding.
Heck of a plug.
Let's go, Max. You're the best wrestler alive. Let's go, Max. You're the best. Guys, no. Guys.
Uh-oh.
Stop. The inflection. Think about the inflection. Listen to how I do it. Let's try it again.
It's right flexion.
Let's go, Max. You're the best wrestler alive. Let's go. Guys, stop.
That's 8 syllables, right? That's hard to...
Philadelphia, you are allegedly the greatest sports city in the United States.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Allegedly, some would say. So what I need right now is for you guys to show up for me like you guys have shown up for all the great athletes in Philadelphia sports history. I need you to show up for the best athlete in the sport of professional wrestling, Platinum Max. And guys, I think I have something that's going to make you feel a little bit more at home. Hold this.
Oh, marketing. It's exciting. She's got 2 microphones now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, that's blasphemy.
Got Ben Simmons, cast out, however you want to call it, of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Ben Simmons needs security when he came back. Try it again. Just like you would for Ben Simmons. Here we go. Let's go, Max. You're the best wrestler alive. Let's go, Max. See, now you're not even trying. Okay, guys. Obviously, you guys are not as great as New York City, where I'm from, so I'm going to head back there. All right, let's get down to business, guys. Let's see who can survive the best wrestler alive.
Max Caster brimming with confidence once again.
Like I said, no.
Anyone ready? Wow. He's going dark here in Philadelphia.
Whose music is this?
I have no idea.
The hell? Yeah! Burns! And dead ass! Woohoo! Hell yeah!
Look at the people coming alive. Philly guys are here with him. The power of pro wrestling.
third World Tag Team Champion alongside Max Caster. Until Caster felt like he had outgrown the Acclaim. He had outgrown Billy Gunn and Anthony Bowens. He gave Anthony Bowens an ultimatum. Is it me or Billy Gunn? I guess he made his choice. Yeah, Bowens, he's had plenty of time to reflect, to think about this moment, Tony, to steel himself for this confrontation with Max Caster. And Max pointing at his certificate, if you will. That matters not to the 5-tool player. Guys, are we getting a match right now? Is this happening? This is the open challenge. Unbelievable. I love it. It's good to see Billy Gunn back as well. Here we go. Billy Gunn's back. Still for a trademark. And now, Bowens and Caster. I can't believe what I'm seeing here. Getting head-to-head. Referee Stefan Smith trying to separate these two athletes. Waiting for the bell. Boy, Bowens looks great, doesn't he? Look at this. I mean, he was always well put together, but now Bowens looking at tremendous shape and a big right hand as soon as the bell rings. Caster really looks phenomenal as well. Two great athletes. They were great champions. Sorry to see it come to this, but guys, boom! Bowens over the top. And Caster maybe about to find himself in a world of trouble, courtesy of the 5-tool player.
Oh. Night night.
Here's your winner, the 5-tool player, Anthony Bowens.
Look out, champions in AEW. This kid is back and he looks phenomenal. Danny Magic down the rolling elbow. Pat Bowens just delivered.
I am the pride of professional wrestling. I am AEW's 5-tool player, and it's time to make history.
Rolling elbow. Years and years of frustration with Max Caster. It came out for Anthony Bowens in one cathartic moment.
Guys, we absolutely smoked them with it. Unbelievable. Take a look right here. Right in the face.
Massive rolling elbow from Anthony Bowens, who answered the open challenge.
Anthony Bowens is back.
Wow, Bowens is back, and as you said, Tony, if you are a champion here in All Elite Wrestling, you better watch out for the 5-tool player. But right now, let's head back up to the desk where Chef Jarrett, RJ City, and the remarkable Renee Paquette.
Thank you very much. Well, that wasn't his fault. Welcome back, Bowens. Oh my God, what a showing!
They massacred my boy.
Well,
Max Caster had them in the palm of his hand. For that moment, he was the greatest wrestler alive.
No
and
more.
then this 5-tool player,
Welcome
Billy
back.
Gunn. I don't think that's fair or nice.
None of your business, pal.
it's none of your
Let's talk
business.
Dynasty.
I'm
Do you know
pumped
how to
about it.
watch it?
I think I do.
Oh, sorry.
You want me to
Go
tell
for
you?
it.
Please
I
tell
know,
us.
because you got to go after this. You're going to sit at home.
No.
In the United States, in Memphis or whatever, you can watch Dynasty on Amazon Prime, YouTube, PPV.com, Triller TV, in demand through traditional cable and satellite providers, and Dave & Buster's.
And international, you guys can also watch on Amazon Prime, PPV.com, Triller.tv, and YouTube. The crowd is pumped up here tonight in Philly, the Live Core Center. Are you getting live? What's going on here?
Oh, big news. You want to hear it now? Let's save it.
No.
You sure?
Yes.
Philly.
We got 9 minutes. 9 minutes. Dynasty, 8
Hey,
minutes.
they're telling
I'm
me
getting
eight
mad. 8
minutes.
minutes.
Even you're
Hey,
watching
sorry,
wrong.
We got 7 minutes in counting. Big news, folks.
Yeah.
You know what's kicking off the show?
Talk to me.
My man. Folks, if you hadn't bought it, buy it now. The Billy Goat is cranking things up, starting to jet Kevin Knight. The Owen is getting underway. Philly is going to bring it loud.
Stand up, Philly. That's kicking off Dynasty here tonight. So many other championships on the line as well. The TNT title, Danny Garcia putting it up against Adam Cole. I mentioned before, this is the first time that Danny Garcia has been able to defend this championship on pay-per-view. The man wanting to be the fighting champion, but Adam Cole doesn't think that he is really the guy.
No.
That seems to be a big conversation these days about who's really willing to step up and be the guy. I mean, Garcia's got the gold around his waist right now, but
You had to sit down with these boys.
Did.
Last night.
Did.
They kicked you out of the room.
Yes.
What was the air like between the two of them?
Ooh.
it was a little rough. It was a little rough between those two. I mean, listen, I'm a huge Daniel Garcia fan. I always have been. I feel like he's another one of those up-and-comers that really solidifies what AEW is all about. However, you look at somebody like Adam Cole, you think of the reaction that we had of Adam Cole even coming here to AEW. We've seen this man sidelined by different injuries. This man is out to prove himself yet again, a 17-year in-ring vet.
17 years. Adam Cole, I'm not going to get out over my skis. Adam Cole won the match in that conversation. He didn't talk with his head. He spoke with his heart. Garcia, shine that title up. It's
That's
gone,
right.
pal.
It is gone. All right, guys, all the action is about to take place. Let's take a look at what is set to come here tonight as we are ready to go live on pay-per-view. We've got the AEW World Championship up for grabs with Jon Moxley's fourth reign as world champion come to an end here tonight at the hands of Swerve Strickland.
We hear the music. JR will be on the call for the
That's right.
opening match. But Kenny Omega defends his international championship against Speedball Mike Bailey and Ricochet.
We've got the AEW Women's Championship on the line. The Megasis, Megan Bayne, looks to dethrone Timeless Tony Storm.
Rated FTR better get a family therapist because they need to get it together if they want to take the Trios Championships from the Death Riders tonight.
From the trios onto the tags, the Hurt Syndicate putting it all on the line against the Redwood in the Bad Apple and Big Bill and Brian Keith.
And as we just discussed, no time limit, no outside interference. When does that ever happen? Garcia, Cole, the TNT title.
And we've got the Ring of Honor World Championship. It is title versus mask. Chris Jericho taking on Bandito.
And in the opening round of the Owen Hart Foundation Women's Tournament, Mercedes Moné takes on Julia Hart.
More of the Owen Hart here for the men. We've got Kyle Fletcher, the prototype, taking on Mark Briscoe. He was fired up here tonight, but can he get the job done? First round of the Owen.
And JR is warming up his voice for this one. Will Ospreay against Kevin Knight. You have to see this guy in the opening round of the Owen Hart Foundation tournament.
And as we just heard, those men are here kicking things off in Philly. What a way to set the stage, let people know what AEW is all about here in Philadelphia. You guys can hear Justin Roberts behind us.
Tonight at Dynasty, next month, Double or Nothing, Globe Life July, the Owen kicks it off
We're
in
moving.
seconds.
We
Get
are
'em, Billy Goat.
moving, baby. This is a huge moment for Kevin Knight. This is a showcasing. Everyone thinks it's a foregone conclusion that Will Ospreay is going to not only get the win tonight, but to go on and win the entire tournament. What do we get for Kevin Knight?
I will say you know what you're going to get out of Will Ospreay.
Sure.
If you haven't seen Kevin Knight, you need to.
The man's a
Tonight,
star.
all eyes are on him.
Certainly are. Any final thoughts here, Double
I'm
J?
pumped. I'm going to go join the Philly faithful.
Do you have a ticket? You got a seat?
Hell no, I know
Are you-
RJ.
Just loiter
We
around.
got people
I
in
can't
here.
wait. It all kicks off the Owen. It's special night, Dynasty.
That's right, guys. It is all happening here as we kick off things for the Owen Hart Foundation tournament. The winner of this going on to All In
Hey,
for
one more
those world
time.
titles. Yeah.
How do you watch this?
First of all, correct your watch. Second of all, if you're in the United States, Dynasty is available on Amazon Prime, YouTube, Triller TV, PPV.com, independent traditional cable satellite providers, and Dave & Buster's.
Internationally on Amazon Prime, Triller, PPV.com, and YouTube. Guys, this is Dynasty. We are here in Philadelphia. Let's take it away.
When the chance is in front of you to build a legacy, how will you seize it? When do I call my shot? In the main event, Saturday, 12th of July in Arlington, Texas. I don't know one way I can get there. You know what's been about it? Shit, when I hesitate, I'm coming for this title too. The further stuff is winning. It's gonna be, you can beat me down, but you don't have to kill me this time.
I plan on winning the Owen, and then I'm going to become the AEW Women's World Champion.
say Death Riders. Rated FTR versus the Death Riders for the Trios Championships.
After everything you have done to us, it is you who has the audacity to challenge us.
I think we all want our motion to be better than this. I cannot watch you two fight like this, and I can't be caught in the middle of it.
Things do not look good for Rated FTR. It is we that challenge you. We challenge you. To survive the Death Raiders.
I challenged you for that TNT championship. I didn't get the job, but neither did you. I've had enough of the distractions. Nobody at ringside. No time limit. Cole Garcia, one last time. Allow yourself to go physically. Not only am I back, I want to face the best.
I won't hesitate to keep your head clean off and take your international championship.
I continue to show everybody why Ricochet is out of this world. Because any true dynasty only exists when you win.
Our elite goddess has arrived. You died and made you God.
The Dynasty, I will be leaving with your tits in my purse.
I'm here to call out John Moxley, not the Death Riders, AEW World Champion John Moxley. You're not what you think you are. You haven't suffered enough yet. But you will. Let's get this straight. I am the most dangerous man in AEW. Who knows? On a night like this, in a city built by a championship grid, the moment is yours. So take it. And Philadelphia, the Dynasty era continues. How far are you willing to go? To the toughest one, obviously, you don't know who it's going to be. It's time to prepare for the unknown.
And his opponent, from Atlanta, Georgia, 102 pounds, Luke Kevin.
We want to talk about a wild card. This man, Kevin Knight. It was 8 days ago that it was announced that he was all elite, that he was part of the AEW roster. And it was this past Wednesday night at Dynamite where we found out by virtue of the injury to Switchblade Jay White that Kevin Knight would be taking Jay White's spot in what could be a banner year for this man. Because just last night, it was announced that he'll be part of the field of New Japan Pro Wrestling. That's the Super Junior tournament coming up this summer. So Kevin Knight with 2 huge tournament opportunities.
Opportunities, what you're looking for, no doubt about that. And along with Nick Wayne, he'll represent AEW, New Japan's upcoming best for the Super Junior 32 tournament.
That's right, there'll be wrestlers not just from AEW and New Japan, but CMLL, Dragon Gate, and DDT Pro Wrestling competing over there. But right now, tonight, Kevin Knight is focused on this opportunity to face Will Ospreay, one of the best in the world, as JR was saying.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about it. Kevin Knight, very talented guy. I mean, 5 years, maybe going on 6 years as a competitor in this great industry. You know, he's a tremendous talent for sure, but he's still one of the best in the world in Ospreay, so this should be a hell of a match to kick off Dynasty.
One thing the young wrestlers should remember is that Kevin Knight has had great training, right, from very talented people. If you're training, you want to get in the pro wrestling business, that's something you always have to consider. Train with the best.
Totally agree. Great advice to any aspiring wrestlers out there. Get trained by someone who's been to the dance, or at least maybe won a belt somewhere. How about that?
Hey, Kevin Knight, to that point, both of you were trained under the late Buddy Wayne, but then also under Katsuyori Shibata in the New Japan Pro Wrestling LA dojo.
Yeah, and he's spent, I was talking to Kevin earlier, he spent a little bit of time towards the tail end, you know, with some of the Harts as far as training. So he's got a lot of respect for the Hart family and the Hart dojo, the dungeon.
As we all do.
Absolutely.
As we kick off the 2025 Owen Hart Foundation tournament, to learn more about the mission and the message of the Owen Hart Foundation, go to owenhartfoundation.org. As Kevin Knight getting the early advantage here on Will Ospreay, much to the chagrin of the partisan Philadelphia crowd.
Oh, nice inverted Tomonagi version of a monkey flip, which I'm speaking of as speaking in judo terms. Maybe going for a Gavad here or a snapmare.
Snapmare and Knight accelerates to the ropes now. Sliding shot there, taking Ospreay down. Now Knight, the leg hooked. And if this is your first opportunity at seeing Kevin Knight compete, JR, he has tremendous leaping ability, which he puts to good use.
Yeah, he sure does. And I was talking to Nigel McGuinness before we came out here tonight, and Nigel's very high on Kevin Knight, and that's good enough for me.
Knight hung up in the ropes, and Ospreay coming in hot with the big boot. Knight spills to the floor.
Ospreay extremely explosive. Beware, Mr. Knight.
And Ospreay over the
that we can't disregard is the impact created by Will Ospreay. Who many consider, before our very eyes here tonight in Philly, the best in the world.
Ospreay will have an opportunity to prove it. Cover here, lateral press. Ospreay, he's got his sights already set on All In Texas coming up July 12th, where the winner of the Owen Hart Foundation men's and women's tournament will challenge for the AEW World Championship and the AEW Women's World Championship. But he cannot afford to move past this absolutely loaded tournament field. Ospreay punishing the chest of Kevin Knight. Those chops, Knight, as I mentioned 8 days ago, debuted as part of the AEW roster in a battle with Switchblade Jay White. White used those chops to bloody the chest of Kevin Knight. And that is a fact, Taz, that is not lost on Will Ospreay.
Oh, of course not. It shouldn't be. Right now, Knight's caught an abdominal stretch, and now the knuckles, JR, right in the intercostals, the rib area, that hurts.
Damn right it does, and I can remember that all the way back to my grammar school days.
Well, nice hip toss to escape out by Kevin Knight, but Ospreay once again returns to the chop. And Knight sent into the corner, coming back out.
Both men trying to gain an advantage, and neither have done so thus far.
Yeah, you're right, JR. It's been kind of even Steven for the most part. Good quickness by Knight.
And Knight accelerates with the lariat.
He got up so quickly, didn't Knight? And regathered himself.
Got to stay focused on Ospreay. That little bit of hesitation, kind of looking at the audience can hurt, but that inverted splash right there looked great.
Yeah, UFO splash by Kevin Knight, too. Ospreay fires that right shoulder up off the mat.
You've done it on did that same maneuver on Dynamite, I believe, Excalibur this past Wednesday. Very impressive. Man hops, as the kids said back 15 years ago, I think.
20, 25, whatever.
I don't think they're saying that anymore.
Who's counting?
Exactly.
And we take a look at the jump out of the gym leaping ability of Kevin Knight. It's not just the vertical leap, it's the control in the air. Just like Ospreay demonstrated with the Stundog Millionaire.
Control in the air and the impact. Let's not forget the impact.
And Ospreay, that corkscrew kick. Knight, though. This time his turn to fire that right shoulder up.
Knight showed a lot of toughness there, kicking out of a high impact deal right there by Ospreay.
And Ospreay, that big elbow strike, the hidden blade. He has won him matches around the world. Could this be his first step toward playing the AEW World Championship later this summer?
Boy, he has evolved into a major star before our very eyes as Will Ospreay.
Knight leapfrog up and over. Finds the hidden blade.
Went for the hidden blade. That wasn't so hidden, so Knight saw it.
Ospreay showing his agility and control. That's like out of a throat.
Yeah, that's not fun.
Ospreay standing straight, German suplex. Maintains control.
Yeah, I thought he was trying to roll through with the German Ospreay, but Knight smart enough to elbow his way out of it.
Chop to the chest once again. Knight leaps up, drop kick, catching Ospreay right in the jaw.
Stiff drop kick, to say the very least.
Get moving, Kevin. Get moving, man. You got him. You got Ospreay hurt. Well, maybe not.
Nice Spanish fly counter by Will Ospreay, but the toll of the physicality evident on both competitors.
So important. Each man trying to advance here in this tournament. You see that Spanish fly as you pointed out, Excalibur. Knight really took it all.
JR, you talked about the experience, the wrestling resume of Will Ospreay, a man that's held championships around the world. This is Kevin Knight's first opportunity on a big stage like this. I mean, how do you rate his performance thus far?
He's done very well. He's toe-to-toe with Will Ospreay. This is a hell of a starter for tonight's broadcast. Hell of a starting match.
Remember, we have two more Owen Hart Foundation tournament matches to come up tonight. Mark Briscoe and Kyle Fletcher in the men's tournament, and Mercedes Moné, the CEO and the former TBS champion Julia Hart.
That'll be a good one. That'll be a real good one.
This control held by Ospreay.
Oh, as you saying, I think you were saying this, both these men held IWGP Junior Gold in the past, like the late great Owen Hart, Excalibur.
Yeah, Owen Hart is a big fixture in the New Japan Pro Wrestling Junior Heavyweight Division. It's under 100 kilograms at 220 pounds.
He was all stars there. I think Owen really got his start. He got his push, shall I say.
Yeah, I mean, Jushin Thunder Liger really brought out the best in one another as junior heavyweight competitors. But
I call some of those matches back in the day, as the kids say. Back in the day. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? Forearm shots left and right here. Both men foot wrist controls. Physical guys.
yeah, Knight ratcheting up the intensity. Now the windup and the elbow strike. Ospreay goes down in a heap.
Now you got to capitalize. Now you got to go for something that finds yourself in a penny predicament.
Reversal. A Knight ducked the chop attempt. Ospreay made him telegraph that.
So dangerous low drop kicks.
Great match. Absolutely outstanding contest.
Waiting boot by Ospreay. Whoa, Knight! A flat-footed leap into a work around to a seated Will Ospreay on the top.
As Calvary mentioned earlier, the leaping ability of Kevin Knight is proof in the pudding right there.
I think you're going to see more of that right now, JR. Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, you don't get the moniker of the Jet. They're being grounded as Knight shows some inventive offense there.
And get him in the ring. Get Ospreay in the ring and quickly do something or go for a cover. He got hurt a bit.
The second or third time, Tabs, I'm sorry, that we haven't seen a follow-up with Kevin Knight, and as Excalibur pointed out, he may be a little starstruck here tonight. Big crowd, pay-per-view.
Ospreay looking for powerbomb, but no, wait a second. Oh my, Knight inverted.
Oh my God, Ospreay's going to.
Oh, you see Kevin Knight, he's trying to bring his arms into his chest.
What a counter. Awesome DDT counter.
Ospreay was looking for the Styles Clash when the powerbomb wasn't there for him, and Knight, using that core strength, pulled himself up and landed a DDT on Ospreay.
Now we'll survey the subsequent damage that has been inflicted on both men.
Let's see how this landing went for the unfortunate Will Ospreay in his skull. This is an awesome counter you're about to see here by Kevin Knight right here. Oh God, right at the top of his skull.
And the neck, which by Ospreay's own admission, has been compromised.
Sure thing. After we saw him here in Los Angeles at our last pay-per-view with
Leslie Cage. But right now, Kevin Knight, he may advance to the second round by virtue of the Will Ospreay countout.
That'd be a massive upset in my opinion. Count out or not.
Agreed. All the others up to 7 now. 8.
I don't blame Knight trying to get the count out. Here he comes, though.
I'm not so sure. He's not going to look back on that and say, I should have stayed in the ring and see if I could have gotten the count in.
Well, now Knight perhaps smelling the blood in the water. Moving with purpose. Moving with urgency. He spikes Ospreay. He covers. And he advances. No!
Well, it shows you how tough Ospreay is to kick out of a second DDT. One on the outside, one here, but you're correct. Excalibur, the sense of urgency was amped up by Kevin Knight at the right time there.
But Knight needs to continue that sense of urgency, JR. We know how resilient Ospreay can be.
It takes a lot to keep Ospreay down. His resilience and his tenacity are amazing.
Knight looking for that springboard lariat inside the ring. Ospreay floats over.
Oh, wow, Ospreay down.
Powerbomb, no. Knight tries down.
Chain offensive wrestling.
Barely kicks out.
What do you say, Kevin Knight? Welcome to the party.
They are on their feet here in Philadelphia, and this is just the opening bout.
That kick really blasted Knight.
Oscar. Tremendous anti-air by Kevin Knight.
Let that cover, man. Get that cover. He's got something else in mind, though.
Could be looking for that big UFC tombstone splash off the top rope. If he hits it, this match might be over.
You are correct, Taz.
Knight finds his purse. The splash. There it is. But the impact got him. Get that cover. 1, 2, 3. Get Ospreay.
Ospreay resilient as hell. And this young kid must be thinking, what do I have to do to beat this man?
Yeah, if you're Kevin Knight, you got to get locked in. You can't get frustrated. That Ospreay is showing us insane resiliency, which is well documented. But this is a beautiful deal here. Look at the height, to your point, Scott, of Kevin Knight.
Both of these men spent time in New Japan Pro Wrestling in the past. This is their first one-on-one meeting. Uh-oh. What anticipation by Ospreay. Knight. The backslide to Preston.
Man, Ospreay's going to put 2 or 3 offensive moves together and get into a pinning situation.
And now it's Kevin Knight's turn to surprise Ospreay, but Ospreay, he's up behind the cover. That might be it. After that, stick out there. Oof.
Long near falls, close near falls. Less than a second away from Ospreay securing a victory and a dead hard
Play. Now the cover. 2, 3. Excellent by both athletes. Tremendous victory for Ospreay. Awesome match for sure. The kickoff dynasty. And now Ospreay will advance to the second round of the Owen Hart Foundation tournament. As we take a look at the updated bracket, you can see Ospreay advances where he awaits the winner of Brody King and the Alpha Konosuke Takeshita. And congratulations to Will Ospreay, but you got to give a tip of the cap, the hat, or the mask to Kevin Knight. Order. Well, respect shown by Ospreay towards Kevin Knight. Excellent match by both athletes, as I stated earlier. You have not heard the last of Kevin Knight in all of Elite Wrestling. But now, Will Ospreay finds himself one step closer to All In Texas on Saturday, July 12th in Arlington, Blue Light Field. Yeah, and potentially challenging for the AEW World Championship. I'll tell you what, sign me up. Love to see it. Big fan of Ospreay. Love to see him compete in Texas for the big one. From the Owen Hart Foundation tournament to the AEW World Tag Team Championship title match. It is. Wait a second. Tony Schiavone tagging in for
Bill offering Lashley a front row seat. He wants to be World Tag Team Champ once again. We want that match for the AEW Tag Team Championship.
Taking himself underneath the bottom rope to avoid Bobby Lashley, but there's a size difference with Brian Keith and Lashley. When it comes to Lashley, most there's a size difference with, except when you deal with that guy right there, Big Bill. That's probably the smartest decision that the Bad Apple's made in his entire career. It's a small move. Big Bill. Problem is with Bobby Lashley, normally when Big Bill steps in, there's an intimidation factor. I guarantee you there is absolutely no intimidation factor right now. A collar and elbow tie up. Big Bill with the height advantage. That's that leverage advantage with the height to your corner. That's why Lashley's having a difficult time back into his corner, which is the smartest move. Back him to your corner. You know, Bobby Lashley put that piece. That powerful hand under the chin of Big Bill to back him up. And look at Bill, though. He's going to work, taking on Shelton Benjamin and Bobby Lashley. Big man can move. Big Bill using his size effectively here against the Hurt Syndicate. Not often you see people bounce around Lashley and Benjamin that way. That's impressive. Remember, Big Bill, he's one half the 12th AEW World Tag Team Champions. MVP just left the desk. Yeah, there he is. Some coaching. You got to throw to your guy. You got to circle up the wagons. I get it. And, thus far in the Hurt Syndicate's AEW career, it's been rare to see them get bounced around like that. Yeah, it is rare. I mean, again, but Big Bill, the Red Buddy, he's a veteran. This is not his first rodeo, obviously. He's a gigantic, powerful man, Shivani. He's a freaking giant packed with a load of muscle. Yes. There's no question about who's in charge of the Hurt Syndicate, is it? I mean, definitely MVP is. I mean, we were saying MVP's back on headset. There's no question who's in charge of the Hurt Syndicate. A little bit of motivational talk that time, or strategy?
I wouldn't necessarily say I'm in charge, but at times I'm the voice that can kind of calm things down and hit the reset button.
That's what you just did. We're trying to throw a spot when you got up from this desk and talk to those guys, Pete. That was a smart thing. They need a little regroup, but now look, they're looking good here.
Yeah, well, like you said earlier, Tax, they're not used to having anybody knock them around that way. So I'm not too proud to admit that maybe they were off their game just a little bit, because that was a little bit of a surprise, but we are firmly back in control. Big Bill is a force to be reckoned with.
He really is. No one could argue that point, MVP for sure. Standard of excellence. Shelton Benjamin tagged back into the match. He has by far the most high-level tag team experience of anyone involved in this match. But
we might be going for a run.
Well, his hips, Benjamin's hips are already underneath Big Bill. When you compete with a guy with the height on Bill's, believe it or not, sometimes a suplex is not hard. But look at Bill just scooping up Shelton Benjamin, setting up Brian Keaton, drop that knee across the jaw to cover. Benjamin get out barely a 1 for Shelton Benjamin, two-time NCAA All-American in wrestling. He is a man, much like yourself, Taz, that knows how to throw a suplex or two.
Yes, no, Benjamin definitely does. But right now, if you're Brian Keith, the bad apple, you got to be careful. Even though Keith is an excellent striker, he just got struck bad.
Boy, did he ever. We talked about MVP, how motivated this team was. Bad Apple and Big Bill by Chris Jericho. They showed some motivation early, but it looks like your gentlemen are taking care of that.
Listen, I respect the learning tree. Jericho knows so much, and I'm sure these men are learning a lot from him. But one thing Jericho can't teach a guy like Keith is height, strength, and experience. And in those areas, he's just completely outmatched.
Well, that height comment's very brief.
Well, listen, okay, listen. There's a big difference between Prime Taz and Bobby Killer Keith. Right? Listen.
Bobby Lashley intercepted the boot from Brian Keith and came back with a thunderous clothesline in the corner. He got himself a whole bunch of beat.
No, I don't tell you what's up. I got immense respect for Taz. I just said, look.
Okay, I know. I'm playing
No, hey, but you look at Shelton doing to Keith.
I know. It's nasty.
Shelton could never do that to you, Taz.
Oh, no. Maybe he could. I don't know.
No, he could. I'll give you that. You know why he couldn't do that to you? Because he would respect you too much to dish rat you around. He'd give you a straight up wrestling.
Right. I hear you.
But in this situation, he's in an audience.
Yeah, man. And MVP stands up to direct the crowd. Good stuff, man. Returns to the ring. Going to go to work. Continue to go to work on the Bad Apple Brian Keith.
He went from bad to worse. Now you got to deal with Lashley after dealing with Shelton.
Look, the Hurt Syndicate's so deliberate in their offense. Like they're not in a hurry. Just going to work. Look at this, man.
But I say a lot of that comes from the experience of Shelton Benjamin, leading Bobby and the team and showing how to practice your tactic wrestling.
That's great insight by you, P, right there. Thanks for that. You're right.
Cover made by Bobby Lashley.
Right, that's Calvin was saying. You were saying that. The type of and the experience that Shelton has as a tag team competitor.
Yeah, the 6-time World Tag Team Champion throughout his career. Oh, wait, Brian Keith. Well, then on his feet. Went for the shot, but Lashley avoids it. The roll-up. The kick out. It's Bobby Lashley's first tag team championship alongside Shelton Benjamin. He is that dropped hold. You gotta give credit to Brian Keith. He is not backing down for the Hurt Syndicate.
Oh, no, he's fighting for his life. What do you mean he's not backing down? He's fighting to stay alive. Yeah. Otherwise, he would have been. Watch.
Shelton comes around, goes for the kick, and
High press.
World Tag Team Champion Big Bill sends Lashley careening into the corner. Now Big Bill splash his own in the corner.
It's like a bus coming downhill at you. Big Lord. That's gigantic.
And the speed, the acceleration, the size of Bill. Bill being put to good use here.
One-man rookie crew we got in front of us right now, but hang on. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, going to the ride. Don't look at the hard camera.
Listen, cover made, lateral cross. Big Bill, though, kicks out.
Big Bill is a bad man. I'm going to give respect where respect is due. One-man wrecking crew, no doubt. But this is the Hurt Syndicate we're talking about.
Oh, it's great timing by Benjamin. And like I said earlier, his hips were already underneath his opponent with the gigantic Big Bill. Oh, boy.
Oh, but Bill turns the corner. The side slam, the cover. And
Wow, that was a close one. It brought MVP to his feet here. An excellent cover also.
No, it brought me to my feet to get a closer look.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
Sorry, I'm not concerned. My boys are in control.
Got you, brother.
see how Bill uses this choke slam so effectively. Scott Benjamin, oh, great counter.
I told you, we're in control.
And that arm drag was well done. Excellent. Not many guys are going to choke slam me in the wrestling room at the University of Minnesota. But it's a good arm drag. Wow. All right, that ain't happening. I'm telling you.
Bill, once again, using those high boots to great effect. Tagged Brian Keith, who just got struck by Lashley.
Oh, my God.
There we go. Momentum change, ladies and gentlemen. Momentum change. The Almighty has stepped into the ring.
Saying that's it. Lashley giving that signal saying we're done here.
Now Lashley, Big Bill all hooked up center of the ring, but wait a second, look at Bill.
Bill, snake eyes.
The snake eyes on Bobby Lashley in the corner, and Bobby Lashley sends falling to the floor.
Sheldon Benjamin is still down into the corner, not getting up. There you see. And there goes MVP again.
I mean,
There's a hair on the ref.
he's arguing with the referee. While all of this is going on, Big Bill fighting against Bobby Lashley on the floor.
Who was that? What was that? I could have sworn that was MJF. Man, it was quick, but maybe. I'm pretty sure that was MJF. That was MJF.
That was an embarrassment. He just lost control of the entire match.
Look at this in the replay.
The boot for Big Bill, but it was a blink and you miss it moment. The right hand delivered by MJF.
That's your buddy, MJF. That is my buddy, MJF.
And the referee's back was turned. His eyes were on you, MVP. He missed it all.
Alrighty, MVP.
Yeah, in the ring, you can see that the Hurt Syndicate not too happy about that. No, they are not.
Yeah, but they just locked eyes on their prey.
There you go.
I think the bounty is about to be cashed in on the bounty hunter.
Big Bill, he was laid out by that Dynamite Diamond ring on the floor as MJF retreating through the crowd, and now Shelton Benjamin, German suplex. Watch out. Lashley.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to count three and call it a night. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks for joining us, bro. Oh, man.
Shelton Benjamin, the cover, and the win.
AEW World Tag Team Champions, the Hurt Syndicate.
You know,
Nice.
MVP didn't seem like he knew what was going on with Max. Definitely did. Yeah, Bonnie. No, you're right about that.
And neither did Shelton Benjamin or Bobby Lashley as MJF. I think he's trying to prove his worth, his value.
Right. Now, you're
to
right.
the Hurt Syndicate.
Now, look, it wouldn't shock any of us if MJF went to business for himself. That's happened more than once throughout his company, I'd say. Right. Oh, boy.
Well, the stinging realization settling in for Big Bill.
Like you said, that diamond ring, that diamond ring, that's what Max probably had on his hand and definitely caught it.
You know, that right hand of MJF loaded up with that Dynamite Diamond ring has been so dangerous throughout the year. But now, fans, let's get our first taste of action in the 2025 Owen Hart Foundation Women's Tournament. The CEO, the TBS champion, Mercedes Moné, matches up against the former TBS champion, Julia Hart.
Mercedes, so why not roll the dice? People are stupid.
Julia is very mysterious and unpredictable. Although she is a former CBS champion, she's not the greatest CBS champion of all time.
The winner of the On Harp tournament going on to All in Texas to challenge for the AEW Women's World Championship.
It's going to take a lot more than tricks and spells to stop the money train.
I'm not sure why you're wasting your time, because I think we all know the outcome.
Don't let the youthful appearance of Julia Hart fool you. She is devious. She is dangerous. And she could be on the verge of shocking Mercedes Moné. It would be a shock. No question about that. I'm going to interrupt you. To me, it wouldn't be. Because I mean, awful a lot of things we just heard Excalibur say about Julia. This girl she's a dangerous girl. She's legit, and I look, Mercedes is awesome. More experience, I get that, but I don't know. Well, if you think about last night, Julia Hart is in the ring. You think about what happened last night. Talk about that in a moment. Here are the brackets. Take a look at the brackets. You see Julia Hart and Mercedes Moné matched up. The right side, the winner will face the winner of Harley Cameron and Athena across the brackets. Billy Starks, Jamie Hayter, Chris Statlander, Thunder Rosa. The winner will go on to All in Texas on July 12th to challenge for the AEW Women's World Championship. So last night on Collision, Julia Hart gets Harley Cameron to submit. The only blemish on Mercedes Moné's perfect record was 18-0 until that time. Never against single match. Mercedes Moné, not content to be the TBS champion, not content to be the New Japan Storm Women's champion or the Retro Unified Women's champion. She has her eyes, she has her designs set on the AEW Women's World Championship. Well, the confidence off of Moné it's wow, man. She's just so cocky and confident. And I think that's a major reason why she's drinking all those championships. Because the confidence does her well. Gotta believe in yourself, right, Taz? Yeah, listen, you shouldn't really wear orange in this city, but that's a whole other topic. Are you a big Flyers fan, Taz? I gotta have a chat with her later. Wow. Nah, sorry. I shouldn't get the memo. But anyway, draped in gold, as I said, for a reason. But she's got a dangerous opponent right there in Hart. As we mentioned, Julia Hart, former TBS champion, third overall champion, 7 successful defenses of the title. Mercedes Moné, the 5th and current TBS champion. You know, Moné, she kind of plays with a lot of her opponents' heads, you know, with her cockiness and her arrogance and whatnot. I think that's going to be tough with Julia. Julia's got a lot of poise, you know, for someone with the experience she has. And we talk about her dark side, obviously. Yeah, just 23 years of age for Julia Hart, but this is not the same woman that walked into Jacksonville, Florida, Taz, Daly's place, and, you know, the smiling cheerleader. She's somebody that learned about the ins and outs, the dark arts of professional wrestling from Brody King and Buddy Matthews.
There's no doubt about that. Right now, Moné's getting bounced around here, Giovanni.
I like what she's doing. I like what Julia Hart's doing. Mercedes, though,
A little bit overzealous there, Excalibur. She was a little bit overzealous.
that drop toe hold by the CEO, sending Julia crashing into that corner.
Similar to this. Oh, there's Harley. Harley with the puppet. What's the puppet's name?
Mini Mercedes, I think.
Yeah, I do.
I thought it was Mini. They're Mini Monet. Sorry, yeah, sorry.
What a viciousness here of Mercedes. The real Mercedes, not the puppet.
And of course, Harley Cameron, she'll be facing Athena in the opening round. 2025 Owen Hart Foundation Women's Tournament.
Oh, God, look at this. What the heck? What is she going to do here?
Oh, God, no. Oh, no. Reversal there by Julia Hart. The roll. Mercedes kicks, and Julia rolled through. No, wait.
Backslide. Oh, she's trying to get a backslide.
Backslide, but maybe, or that could be the moneymaker. But Julia, she changes her grip. Now backslide for Julia Hart.
That's the thing with those backslides. They can go either way. What a shot. Oof.
Chop slowing down Julia Hart. Mercedes now intertwining the fingers. Mercedes.
Oh, rope's getting a little slippery. That happens. It's been matched already. There's sweat on there and slippery. People can pull all they want. They should get in the ring and try it. It's not as easy as you think.
Great call, Ted. That's the power of the face, though.
What the hell are you doing at?
But that's the composure of the TBS champion. That's the composure of the CEO, but maybe wasting a little too much time. It'll allow Julia Hart to get back in this one.
Julia Hart, she looks like she's just getting rolling here.
Julia stringing together a combination there.
A lot of confidence on the face of Julia Hart. Big, broad smile, I guess. Now she's got an opening. She's going to take advantage of it.
As the confidence is a determination by Julia Hart.
And be careful on these ropes, Julia. Showing that excellent balance. As you mentioned, her cheerleading background. She was a two-time high school national champion cheerleader, I believe.
And a lariat across the shoulder blades. And now look at this. Julia Hart. That's the vicious side of Julia Hart bouncing. Mercedes head repeatedly off the mat.
Cover made. It's definitely not happening at cheerleader tournaments. Maybe some of the moms get mad at the kids that happens. Who knows? That's good.
Moms get mad at each other.
Yeah.
But the competition in national cheerleading is very vicious.
Of course it is, yes. People are vicious in general.
Of course they are.
In general. That's right.
Mercedes, she went for the boot of Julia Hart. Julia falling and now.
Oh, that was that the hips? Right below the hip or, yeah, one side of her, maybe part of her hamstring.
The CEO getting a running start. It's warping the knees into Julia Hart.
Excalibur on the outside to boot, man.
That's a difficult landing. That'll knock your head wobbly, man. I'm telling you from experience. I mean, it's a 2-for-1 for Mercedes. First, it's the impact from the knees, and then it's her body weight crashing Julia to the floor. As now Mercedes the cover.
I think it was a good job by Mercedes trying to get the win after what happened on the outside.
First, she went over by the trophy, the Owen Hart Foundation trophy, and she just kind of
Cover again.
And I tell you what, Julia Hart, she's showing that toughness we know that she has.
We've seen Julia Hart weather the storm. She's been through adversity inside an AEW ring before, but has she been in the ring with an athlete the caliber of Mercedes Monet?
I don't know if she has or not. Only many can say they have here in AEW.
Well, again, I mentioned the poise of Julia. Look at the poise here of Mercedes. She's got complete control of this match right now. A strong rear chin lock with a good S grip. Her hip is in the back of Julia, and she's just no panicking on her side that Julia's showing the toughness.
Well, let's not forget what all these ladies and gentlemen are fighting for. Not only win the Owen Cup, as you're seeing right there, but a chance to go all in and to fight for the world title.
That's right. Oh, wait, Julia. Inside cradle here, the roll-up. Mercedes breaks free, and drop kick. Shuts down Julia. Mercedes immediately goes for a cover. Julia kicks out. The finals, the 2025 Owen Hart Foundation Tournament, men's and women's, will take place on Sunday, May 25th at Double or Nothing, the Desert Diamond Arena, Glendale, Arizona. Can't wait to be there for that. And then the overall winners of the men's and women's tournament will challenge for the AEW World Championship and the AEW Women's World Championship at All In, Texas.
Right here, she's trying to show respect towards the late great Latino heat himself, Eddie Guerrero.
The amigos, look at that.
Amigos, yeah. She was a very big fan of Eddie, as most pro wrestlers were.
What's that? Oh, the knees got up. The knees of Mercedes up into the midsection of Julia. Now the cover.
Get a little, so much to the point, she might be getting a little rattled here. Maybe she lost a little bit of that point. She's getting a little pissed off here.
Yeah, big shriek that time because she thought she had the win.
Oh, but Taz, I mean, that's the thing about Julia Hart. We talk about you can't afford to underestimate her because of that blonde hair, because of that smile. We've seen her grow. We've seen her mature before our eyes.
I agree. Yeah, no, we definitely have with Julia, for sure.
How arrogant was that?
And she kind of sat in front of her, kind of mocking her a bit. Meaning Julia
Slapped her on the face. Oh, wait, but Julia, look at this. Using that core strength to pull herself upright and drag Mercedes down.
like an upside down bat or a right side up bat. Whatever bats do. Not baseball, but bats. Come on.
Got it.
What does it do? I got it right now.
Julia pulling herself upright once again. Mercedes, she overcommitted. Crashing out to the floor, and now Julia Hart belly cross body. Julia coming down hard on Mercedes. And Julia immediately returning Mercedes to the ring. Julia. DDT! Got it! 1, 2, no!
Man, how the heck did Monet kick out? Man, what impact?
That's a great question, Taz. I thought she was done.
That was a very swift drop on that DDT.
Man, cover again. I would have went for. I mean, it's easier to judge from here, an armchair quarterback, but man, I think if Julia watches back, you go for a really quick second cover.
And now Julia, she's looking for the DDT again, back to real time. But Mercedes counters!
Lung blower, Jones.
Boy, it was, man. But you see Mercedes feeling the effects of that DDT test. She cannot capitalize.
And she's gripping out her own hands, if you notice. She's making a fist with her hand because
Get that stinger.
that little nerve issue, which is not so little, but it's an issue.
Now Mercedes finally looking to return to her feet, but Julia Hart back up to hers. Moneymaker perhaps. There it is. They're back to back. But Julia trying to counter out, but no.
Hard landing on the counter.
Jackknife here by Julia. 1, 2. Mercedes reverses 1, 2. No.
Wow, Mercedes stayed right with her that time, didn't she? Grabbed her.
Yeah, Julia, her shoulder was up. I had it incorrect. The referee had it right, but now she's battling for that moneymaker. Instead, a handful of hair sends Julia face first in that top rope. Another slap. And look at Julia. What's this? That's a time or two in Philadelphia, Taz.
Something up. What's the tries from our man Tajiri? A little transfer Jones. Similar version. What the hell's going on here? It's like a flashback.
Look at Julia through the ropes.
What a struggle this match has become.
Julia into an octopus hold.
Excellent counter by Hart.
And Mercedes, look at this, carrying her opponent's weight as she's trying to get to the rope break.
Yeah, that's just determination on Mercedes' part to get over there.
Oh, Mercedes, I think she fell into the ropes. Julia might have been a bit rattled there. The roll up.
That's the thing. When that happened in the corner there, I mean, Julia's face really hit that second turnbuckle pair pretty hard.
Knee strike by Mercedes. But Julia, using those powerful legs, backing off the CEO.
Great back and forth match between these two women, guys. Really is.
Yeah, this one could go either way. Julia Hart steals herself, makes the climb.
Super athletic as Julia. I don't know what the hell she's going to do here.
Moonsault press, but Mercedes, the boots up, clipping the jaw. And now Mercedes, the backstabber.
Great veteran move, getting the feet up by Mercedes.
Julia's in trouble.
Two of them.
Great danger here.
2 in a row for the CEO. And you see that glazed over look by Julia Hart. She's been rattled by those backstabbers. Or has she? Whoa! Back elbows. Julia fights her grip free. Julia. Crucifix.
And it's tough this deep in a match to kick out of a maneuver like that.
Gotta tip your cap, your mask, your hat, whatever you're wearing, to Mercedes.
I think Julia landed on her arm on that crucifix bomb that time.
Wait a second, Julia now trying to set Mercedes up for Heartless, but instead, the statement maker, Julia. Can she make that crawl?
She's grabbing at that grip. You gotta break that grip a little bit better than that if you can, but it's hard to do.
She's rearing back as Mercedes. Oh, look at this counter.
Drag her arm in.
Then Heartless.
Yeah.
Mercedes, she's in trouble. She's on the verge of tapping. Look at that left arm. And now, the reversal. The pin, no.
Excellent counter by Mercedes. Oh, she's back in there.
Damn it.
The statement maker, she doesn't have the arm capture there.
No, she doesn't. You've got to grab that grip, Julia, and break her hands apart. Attack the grip if possible, but again, hard to do when you're getting faded away as you're getting your head pulled back.
Once again, a great back and forth between these two ladies.
The fans here in Philadelphia urging on Julia versus Mercedes,
but that made it tighter. That made the hold tighter because of the momentum on the kick out by Mercedes. Bing, bing, bing. You pull your opponent into more of an arch.
Yeah, the grip underneath the chin, wrenching the head, the neck back.
The chin of Julia.
It's a lot easier to chin hard.
Making that crawl, but Mercedes changes sides, adjusts the grip.
Hang on, Julia. Just get to that rope if you can. Gotta shift your weight again.
And Julia, she's fading, but she is so close to relief. No, but Mercedes realizes it. Wait, Julia! One, two. No, Mercedes kicks out. And Mercedes got the pin there. There's the corner. Got the foot, two, three.
Damn it.
Mercedes, she got up out of that ring real quick and hightailed it. She knows she got kind of lucky there, guys. That thing could have went either way.
Yeah, but this was an absolutely fantastic wrestling match to start this women's tournament. There you see the ROH champion, Athena, looking on. Give Mercedes a lot of credit. That was back and forth. That was a hell of a pin to win it. Julia gave her everything.
We're going to take a look at the updated bracket. Mercedes Moné, the CEO, now advancing to the second round, where she waits for the winner of Harley Cameron and the Ring of Honor Women's World Champion Athena.
And then, listen, like you were kind of alluding to, Shivani, you gotta give a lot of
Oh, yeah.
here, no pun intended, almost captured the win, but Mercedes just one teeny step ahead of them.
Great wrestling match. Back and forth. Both women should be very happy with how they performed.
Despite that blemish last night, Mercedes Moné remains undefeated in singles competition here in AEW. But right now, we turn our attention to the AEW World Trios Championship. The Death Rider presenting a unified front, but rated FTR presenting anything but.
New players in the game. Rated FTR. We're taking it all.
They told the Death Riders it's not over.
FTR interfered in my business, and they've created a whole new mess. They didn't come alone. Now they brought a friend.
What a win. I think Ventus is about to pick up.
Rated FTR versus the Death Riders for the Trios Championships. What do you say, Death Riders?
Rated FTR wants to challenge us to a World Trios Championship match at Dynasty. You tried to rip me from my family. You tried to manipulate me.
We took a break to help you realize your goal after 2 tries.
It didn't happen. My family is much stronger than yours.
Oh, wait a minute.
I let my emotions get the better of me.
Cash, been shut down like that? Never thought I would see a moment like this. Oh my God! I don't think Dax realized it was Cash.
After 3 days, you have to talk.
You're all mine! And Wheeler Yuta, Dax Harwood's in! Dax got hit with a belt! He sacrificed himself for his partner.
Come Sunday, we are adding to the legacy of Rated FTR, becoming the new Trios Champions.
The AEW Dynasty. It is we that challenge you to survive the Death Riders.
Taz is tagged out. Nigel McGuinness tagging in here at the desk. We have seen massive cracks in the relationship of rated FTR.
Certainly a lot of contention with the three members of rated FTR. You saw in the package there, Dax the Axe letting his aggression, his anger, very amygdala driven, getting the best of him, but he apologized. He paid his fines, Tony. They kissed and made up, so to speak, but I don't believe it. I think there's still trouble in North Carolina.
Cash Miller said it himself that he is a pro. He will be here for his partners here tonight, but after Dynasty, Dax and Cash are due a very important conversation.
We saw last night on Collision, though, they all seem to be on the same page, though. Phil Rivers, they run deep, and they certainly, you can see, colour coordinated, but they're going to have to be. Morton was wearing the same colours in the face of the Death Riders.
Note that senior official Paul Turner has drawn the assignment for this match. And there's no question.
They should keep it that way.
It's not fly eagle fly, but it's pretty good. The point I was about to make before the Philadelphia Chili Square interrupts me is that the integrity of Paul Turner will not be called into question despite recent events that occurred between him and Dax. Good call.
Don't forget hands on the official, otherwise you will suffer repercussions.
This trio always has a plan on this group deadline. They don't have some sort of master plan here tonight. What's been keeping them going? City in which he began his professional
you enjoyed it, Nigel, but that was...
No, I certainly didn't. I don't want to see, much I dislike Bryan Danielson. I don't want to see the end of his career that way. I would like to have done it myself.
Well, the bell has rung and the AEW World Trios Championship match has begun. Dax Harwood, the Bastard Pack, starting things off for the respective sides.
With that last night, Tony on Collision, Pack picking up a very important victory against Cash Wheeler, securing the submission.
Gives you momentum, Nigel, there's no doubt.
I mean, it seems as of late, the Death Riders, John Moxley included, they have hand-rated FTR's number at every turn.
Certainly have been one step ahead. If you want to use another cliche analogy, they were playing chess while rated FTR playing checkers.
Which it's unlike Tony, unlike rated FTR to get caught unprepared like that.
Yeah, it's completely took everyone off stride. There's no doubt. And
Also no doubt they just have not been on the same page. Get caught again.
Deep roll up there.
Pack is so quick, guys.
Yeah, Nigel, I think if nothing else, that just underscores the dissension between rated FTR. Oh, nice back bridge.
Won it right there.
No question about it, Tony. You talked about it earlier. Difference of opinions when it came to their title aspirations, but at least for the time being.
Oh, wait, brutalizer attempt here.
Too close to the ropes, man. And see how quickly Dax got to the ropes.
See the frustration on the part of Daxiax. He's got to control himself. You saw in the package, getting his hands on the official who is in the ring with him now. Cope trying to calm down. All level-headed of the veterans, which if you followed Cope's career, says a lot.
Yeah, Dax always has been very emotional. And that's come to play many times, especially as a great.
Great job. Pack controlling the Rated R Superstar Cope as Yuta is going to pull some booze.
Well, they certainly hate their own. They're in Philadelphia, don't they?
Well, Wheeler Yuta is very easy to dislike.
Oh, look at Cope grabbing a handful of the beard of Yuta and sending Yuta into the corner.
Boy, the Philly fans are on Wheeler Yuta, man.
I don't know about it. I'm never going to say what Yuta did was okay. Oh, wow.
Cash Wheeler comes in, his shoulder block, the cover made. Yuta able to kick out.
By your own admission, have talked about how Wheeler Yuta has been influenced by John Moxley. The young man, very impressionable, certainly.
Now tag made to the Rated R Superstar Cope. Cash sends Yuta in. Teamwork there.
Yes, sir. There you go.
Like Cope and Cash. And Pack.
Oh, but look at that. Yeah, they took their eye off of Yuta. Here comes Castagnoli.
Big right hands.
They took their eye off, but they turned and faced the other corner, which was a great move by Rated FTR.
They brought in the linchpin of the Death Riders. Castagnoli, lean, sinewy, hired gun.
John Moxley's emissary of violence, Claudio Castagnoli, who now finds himself in the grip of Castagnoli. Power slam off the ropes. But Dax sends Yuta out as quick as he came back in. Likewise, Pac goes out, cover being made, and Claudio able to kick out.
I think after last night on Collision that Cash Wheeler feels he's got something a little bit to prove here tonight. There you go. Land on your feet.
Tope Suicida and Cash Wheeler, he is fired up. He can feel it. Death Rider's in trouble here.
And with a lot of pace, and certainly a victory for Rated FTR would help whatever conversation they're going to have now.
Sending Cash off into the waiting uppercut of Castagnoli. And now the Death Riders will look to go to work.
It is like a snake slithers from one corner to the other.
The Death Riders regaining control of this match, and fans just want to give a special hello to the Fans joining us in the United States, Canada, and the UK on Prime Video. Great to have you here for Dynasty and many, many future AEW pay-per-views to come.
Cracking card it has been thus far. 10-course meal, a feast of every flavor of pro wrestling.
We have barely scratched the surface here tonight.
Exactly. I was thinking the same thing, and we still got so many great matches to go.
Castagnoli in and firing off some boots into the midsection of Cash Wheeler.
Wheeler, as we have talked about, competing in that match less than, well, pretty much 24 hours ago. He's feeling some energy deficit.
Now Yuta sizing up the ribs of Cash Wheeler and scores with that kick.
I think all these boos are just firing Yuta up.
Now Yuta, lateral press, Cash able to kick out.
Certainly doesn't look concerned. Oh, right. John Moxley has got him well trained.
Or he's brainwashed to one of the two.
One man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. Let's put it that way.
Cash Wheeler, though, up to his feet. Yuta sending Wheeler up to the ropes. Went for the trip. Cash able to avoid it.
The power slam. Great job, Cash.
Into the fray, right hand.
Smart move.
Oh, but Cole answers with a right of his own.
I don't know how smart that was.
Yeah, it looked smart at first when Dax got decked.
Dax. Concerned, certainly, with good reason. Look at Cope, he's inches away.
Whoa! Dax intercepted the tag.
Yeah, he stole the tag. They were going for...
Stole the tag? What do you mean?
He was going for...
Well, but still.
Either way, this is a tag match. This is a trios match. Dax wanted to get in, and this is the reason why.
Dax coming into this one, fists flying.
It was meant for Colt, and I'm not going to dwell on it because Dax doing a pretty good job right here.
Dax turns things out.
Doing a great job right here.
There you go. Probably a good decision he made the tag.
Dax, short arm lariat. Claudio standing his ground. Twice in a row.
Three.
Whoa. Hit the... And a miss. And Claudio, though. Uppercut counter. Backslide. It's in deep. And Claudio able to kick out. Dax steps through looking for sharpshooter. Let's step away. Cole. Now the grindhouse is cinched in.
The coach not the legal man.
No, it's not.
Neither is Yuta.
Wait a second now. Claudio Castagnoli and Dax Harwood stereo sharpshooters. But it's none of the legal men are in a submission hold right now.
The legal men are looking at each other, slapping each other.
Paul Turner unable to call anything. He's just got to sit back and watch and see how this transpires.
And while all this is going on, Yuta, I think, was on the verge of passing out.
Look at this. Look at this.
Claudio trying to cover up. But now the uppercut connects. Swing and a miss by Cope. An uppercut for Cope.
Wow, Claudio literally clearing house. Oh, boy.
Dax Harwood, the giant swing.
And look at
Yuta.
Yeah, he's poised. Excalibur, you're right.
Lining him up.
Wow, that is so decisive.
Yuta the cover, Dax very nearly counted out.
Luckily for Dax, he had his arm up to protect his head, because if that drop kick had got through to the side of the head, I dare say that would have been the end of the match.
That's a great call, but I'm telling you, even with the giant swing and being drop kicked, it's got to, I don't know how he got out of it, but you're right about having the hand up, the arm up.
Veteran experience. Dax has watched his tapes, he knows what's coming. But what's coming now may not be unprepared for this.
Hammer throw sends Harwood into the ropes. Now Yuta, elbow, uppercut from Castagnoli. Back uppercut. Michael. Tremendous teamwork, gentlemen. Death Riders, tremendous.
A flurry of offense and nothing Dax can do.
We saw pile driver from Pac, and now the fastball special. Well, look at this, would you please?
Oh boy.
And one for him as well. The corner one, two, no. Cash Wheeler there to break up the pinning predicament.
Claudio had tried to clear the ring of the other members of Rated FTR, but Cash still got back in.
Death Rider's unable to exact enough punishment and get the pinfall attempt before Wheeler was able to get back in and save his partner.
You see Cope returning to the corner of Rated FTR across the ring as Castagnoli. Oh! Miscalculation by Castagnoli. Tag made. Cope now the legal man. Cope takes down Yuta and Pac, sends Yuta. Whoa! Big back body drop. Oh, clubbing lariat. Cope going to work on Yuta and Pac.
What a tremendous performance.
Taylor! Is this going to be it? One, two, no!
Oh my gosh, that was close. Pac is really hurt. I think that clubbing forearm to the side of the jaw has knocked this man loopy.
I agree. He's just so athletic, though. He just stayed right in this match.
Now Pac deposited on the top rope by the Rated R Superstar.
Oh boy. Good Lord.
Dax Harwood is your legal man, as is Pac on the Death Riders. As the power and the glory of Rated FTR on display. One, two, but no Castagnoli there.
Just a headbutt on the ribcage to move Dax out of the way.
Plenty of power, but no glory for Rated FTR as this match now continues.
Yuta lined up Cope with the drop kick. Oh, wait. Dax Harwood.
Oh, that could be it. No, sir.
Oh, wait a second. Pac, the legal man, too. And oh, so close. Again. And now Pac looking for brutalizer.
There it is in the center of the ring.
Are the hands clasped? They are. Dax Harwood in a world of trouble here, Tony.
He needs a save.
Just the fingertips clasp.
Claudio, as you see, has Cope.
Preventing the save. Dax Wheeler to the back of the screen, and there Yuta earning his money as well. Dax is so muscular. His shoulders are so tight that Pac can barely get his fingers together.
But look at Cash Wheeler. He's almost dragging Yuta over the ropes. He did. But can he carry the weight? He can.
What an effort. What an effort by Cash.
A desperate dive in order to break up the brutalizer.
That was great.
The trios titles hanging in the balance. Figuratively, at least.
On the floor, Cope sends Castagnoli. It's the barricade. What a battle those two men had, Tony. Wednesday night at Dynamite. Yeah. Yuta. The unpopular decision to tag Yuta in, but the smart decision for the Death Riders at the Busaiku knee.
Yeah.
That's gotta be it.
Damn it.
Again, just a battering ram. Head first. Second time for Claudio.
Half a heartbeat away from new trios champions, but Claudio Castagnoli intervenes.
Castagnoli keeping the trios with the Death Riders, but for how much longer?
Cash Wheeler and Pac crashing to the floor with Claudio Castagnoli turning things around on Cope, but Cope against the spear again.
We have guys wiped out on either side of the ring here.
And we also have Wheeler Yuta isolated inside the ring.
There you go, two men. Dax needs to try to get up, but can he?
Dax, I think, is the legal man.
Cope pulling up short.
Oh, well, it was a head-to-head collision.
And Busaiku knee for Wheeler Yuta. One, two, three. again. The sound of Dax Harwood and Cope's heads colliding. And then the Berserker knee. I'm not even sure he needed that. Dax Harwood very obviously rattled by that. But the perfect opportunist, as you said, Nigel, and the Death Riders, Fabio Castagnoli, Pac, and Wheeler Yuta remain perfect as a trio.
And it's going to give the AEW World Champion Jon Moxley some momentum as he heads into Raw to defend his title tonight against Swerve Strickland.
I'm warning you, fans, do not get in the way as the Death Riders leave the arena. Well, heck of an effort, I'm telling you that.
I would love to be there tomorrow morning and Dax and Cash have that conversation. You may start it early.
Yeah, they may have it tonight.
You see Dax
the match in the back.
He's very rattled by that collision of heads followed up by that bicycle knee.
Listen, guys, yeah, Dax put in a hell of an effort tonight, I think. With the exception,
All three men did.
Yeah, all three men. Good call. With the exception of what happened with that tag. That was a hell of an effort. I'm glad to see this. There you go. All right. They'll get another shot.
Yep, saw that happening. Saw that happening.
Oh my God, he's going to try. He's going to make some music. Guys, we're trying to end his career.
Yep. Saw that happen.
No, not this. They're trying to end this man's career. Remember the neck problem he's had.
This is not about Coba's career, so this is about his quality of life. This is about hurting his children.
Exactly.
FTR don't care about any of that.
This is unconscionable.
Oh, yeah.
I'm seeing this and I do not believe any of it.
This is a man in Copeland who opened his home to Dax Harwood and Castagnoli when they needed it most. When they were at the lowest point of their lives, Cope was there to pick them up, and this is how they repaid him.
And knowing that Cope had a profound impact on both these men's careers.
No, not again, not again!
They're having quite an impact on this.
Doc Sampson is in. He's asking for some help. Well, you know, our medical staff is going to come in here. They're holding our medical staff back.
A Cash Wheeler. You could say he had a choice to make, but we really did. Dax and Cash have come together. He needs it more than I do. No laughing matter, certainly.
This is brutal.
This is completely uncalled for. AEW medical team.
I gotta wonder, was this premeditated or was this spur of the moment Cash? Remember how he looked at Dax when Dax shut him down? He's the one that wanted a trios title match.
There's only two people in this world that know, Tony, and it's those two assholes right there.
Yeah, good call.
God. Sorry, that's
Well, we obviously obviously hope to have an update on. So, just so much.
Dax the X, FTR, living up to their name, F the rest. That includes Adam Copeland.
The AEW medical team attending to Adam Copeland. And
watch this. Dax clearly had it in his mind. Look at that look in his eyes.
Yep.
Boom! Pile driver, and that was enough.
Dax, he's the more hot-headed of the two, at least on the surface. But
it looked for a second that Cash Wheeler was going to keep it simple, but wanting to make a statement following up. Just watch this. The head, the neck. Oh, a triple fusion that took Adam Copeland out. We may never see him in the ring again. Especially after this.
I had that exact same thought. Is this the last time we see Adam Copeland in professional wrestling? And as if the first wasn't bad enough, delivering a second as Copeland the paramedics along with the AEW medical team taking Adam Copeland out on presumably to a waiting ambulance to head to a local hospital to get medical attention. We will provide you any updates that we do receive on the condition of Adam Copeland. This is
not like an update on the mental state of FTR.
These guys can go to hell. I mean, not to borrow a phrase. It's disgusting, uncalled for, and we absolutely cannot condone the actions of FTR. But as the old saying goes, the show must go on. And now we turn our attention to the AEW Women's World Championship. Titles Toni Storm, the champion. Megasis, Megan Bain.
With stitches in my lip and glass in my arse, this tramp is still the champ.
One of the most pivotal moments in Toni Storm's life.
And now it's time for a new beginning.
Megan Bain, new force here in the women's division of AEW.
I have no weakness. She is a dangerous woman.
Your weakness
Equally stunning as she is indomitable.
is that you have to face me.
Megan Bain making a statement here at the expense of Toni Storm.
Who died and made you God? I am timeless Toni Storm. Dynasty, I will cut off the head of the mighty Megasis.
You are nothing but a shadow of what you used to be.
Megan Bain just pinned the AEW Women's World Champion.
Do I know how to beat those? No. I am your end. Bow down.
Since Megan Bain emerged as the surprise entrant, the first ever women's casino gauntlet match earlier this year, she has not suffered a loss across all competition and has in fact picked up wins over former TBS champion Chris Statlander, twice former AEW Women's World Champion Thunder Rosa, and 2 weeks ago at Dynamite. Bain pinned timeless Toni Storm in a tag team match.
So, she's red hot. She's got the momentum. 7-match winning streak with this gigantic lady.
It's rare a challenger goes into a title match as a favorite. Given the history between champion and challenger, this, I think, unequivocally, literally, if not figuratively, the biggest test in Toni Storm's fourth record-setting AEW Women's title reign. Penelope Ford, certainly not above, playing an influence in the match as well.
After the next few minutes, we're going to be adding another crown to her collection.
Ladies and gentlemen, our feature presentation.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Sylvester Stallone, perhaps, but Burgess Meredith in the corner as well.
Mickey, absolutely. Titles Tony Storm.
Oh man.
Look at this. She is ready to fight. That's Luther. Giving her the encouragement she needs. But does the champion have a puncher's chance here, Nigel?
Everybody's got a puncher's chance. Storm, but from what I understand, she's been running up the Philadelphia Museum steps. She's been drinking raw eggs. She's been beating meat. Do with that what you will.
Yes, sir. I'm sure Luther did not say, "You can't win, Tony." I'm sure he was talking some words of wisdom to the world champion.
Tony Storm. Tony Storm. Tony Storm.
Certainly has Storm been for power, perhaps leverage as well. Giving up some experience.
Early displays of power by the challenger.
Self-proclaimed for you all adore. Has taken the AEW women's title back to the area of polio and rampant infant mortality.
Wow. Well, let's talk about this. She has talked about how great of an actress she is. Maybe the facial expressions we're seeing is just an act. Maybe she's not that concerned. Well, she should be right now.
Bane snatching the champion out of the air. And now to the Storm, though. Bane hard into the corner. The hammer throw reversed with ease by the Megasis, but maybe Tony Storm wanted it that way. The crossbody.
Storm slow to follow up, though very cautious with Bane.
Tony Storm, even though the fists were up, she's firing at those kicks. And now Bane, though, look at that. Caught the kick and caught the champion over the top.
As soon as the challenger gets hold of the champion going for a ride. Tony Storm, who said to previous challengers, "You can pry my title from my cold, dead hits." Well, I'm stolen from Charlton Heston. Only during a raucous weekend in Monte Carlo where she left Heston, I quote, limp and withered like an overwatered box.
Okay. Powerful slam by the challenger, Megan Bane, who is in complete control of the four-time AEW Women's World Champion, Tony Storm.
How often have we seen Storm trouble so much, so soon in a match?
Yeah, this is rare road to cover for the champion, Tony Storm.
But Bane, he's got thunder lips.
I tell you right now, don't get too cocky against Tony Storm.
Luther, talking of being cocky, this is a big risk.
there from Luther. But Mickey got taken out rocky free, and then she used his rear end for a launching pad.
Luther hasn't had a heart attack.
Tony Storm on the attack. Tony Storm perched on the top rope. Crossbody. 1, 2, no.
A strong kick out from Bane. Take a lot more than that to take down the Megastus.
And I think the champion realizes that, Nigel.
Be in for a long night.
Uh-oh. The penalty for grab the boot of the champion. Referee Aubrey Edwards didn't see it. And that opens the door for Bane. Got his jaw kicked off on that one, did the champion.
Bane, who spent a good portion of her earlier career in the land of the rising sun. Earning stardom, the same place where the former AEW Women's Champion Mariah May developed her world-class caliber reputation.
And the Megan Bane that we are witnessing today is a very different athlete that walked through the door. Again, we're going to reference Jacksonville, Florida, Daly's place, that pandemic era. Megan Bane, she did appear on AEW Dark. We have the pleasure of calling her matches, but this woman that is mauling the champion right now is completely unrecognizable to the Megan Bane of years ago.
And you can make an argument, and I certainly would. It was the inspiration of Mariah May that has turned Bane into the monster she is today.
Butterfly suplex. Megan Bane making it look easy, just tossing the champion around.
A lot of posturing as Megan Bane. I don't agree with that at all. But she's very confident in herself, and well, she should be right now.
AEW Women's World Champion Toni Storm is in dire straits.
Great crowd, man. Take a look at the Leopold Center. There are seat to be found.
Wow, crammed in here, certainly.
Great night. Bane, look at this. Just the flat of her boot to the back of the head of the champion.
And forward, yes. Adding insult to injury, now quite possibly injury to insult.
Nelby Ford and Megan Bane, Tony, they found common cause very quickly here. It's surprising to see them work together, but they work together so well.
Yeah, I was shocked. You're right, Ed Shaliver, to see these two ladies work together, but you're right. A lot of confidence between the two women.
Lariat, a second one. Champion just being ragdolled here.
Yeah, Megan Bane is just kicking the champion's ass right now. That's all he's doing.
I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch now, but the Owen Hart Foundation tournament I won, imagine Megan Bane, AEW Women's World Champion in Allen, Texas. No matter who goes through the crucible of that tournament, Megan Bane will be.
You're going to run into a wall, absolutely.
And again,
I know. Global Life Stadium. Oh,
what's she doing?
Taking a taste, Tony.
Well, she got bit on collision. I thought she was biting in the ear that time.
For added incentive to see Storm losing the title tonight after what happened last night. Hold on.
Body press blocked. Megan Bane with this belly-to-belly throw carrying the entire weight of the champion. And now the challenger going to work on another belly-to-belly suplex.
High angle. Storm landing across the shoulders, back of the neck. This Megan Bane's match to lose.
She's dropping her almost on her head. A third suplex in a row by the challenger.
Aubrey's got to check in with the champion here to see if she can continue.
Cover made. Two. Toni Storm picking out.
Just watch this. Look at the high angle here. Very awkward landing for the champion.
The left shoulder, Nigel.
Right now is in no better position. Flat on the mat where we've seen her before.
Yeah, seeing the champion being ragdolled like this it's got to be disconcerting, uncomfortable, to say the least, for Toni Storm.
Megan Bane playing the part of Clubber Lang for Toni Storm's Rocky Balboa. Who's that mate? Penelope Ford.
There's Luther second. Wait a second, Luther. With Penelope up on the shoulders.
Get your hands off of her. You retrograde. He's taking her away. Somebody call the police.
Look at Megan Bain. Can she get it done on her own? That's Tony Storm. Look at this, a flurry of shots.
Well, making that her back turn, Excalibur.
Certainly even things up a little bit.
Big elbow strike by the champion. Bain swinging on best. There's the body press. And now the right hand, furious right hand draining down.
Take a look at this. The champion stringing some offense together.
Yes! The DDT, first time it was on the floor, now it's in the ring. And Tony Storm. Twist in. The legs captured.
An Indian Death Rock STF variation and straight in the center of the ring. The long, rangy legs of Megan Bain unable to get to the ropes, but the arms. Look at the strength there, carrying the weight of the champion.
Carrying the weight of the champion, as you said, Nigel, making the crawl, even though her legs are tied up. I mean, that is power throughout the challenger's entire body.
Incredible strength on the part of Bain. The wild animal on the Serengeti. The champion trying to contend with the power again. Oh, no!
He was thinking Storm Zero, but Bain not interested in finding out. Now Megan Bain. Oh, this can't be good. Beat on the bottom. Oh. Back suplex into the ring.
Interesting that all the offense that Bain has had thus far on the champion, she has yet to go for Fate's Descent, a finishing maneuver, but instead.
I mean, Tony Storm, she's been stung by that Fate's Descent multiple times in the last few weeks. But now Tony Storm, the waistlock, Bain.
Ooh, that is vicious. Right to the cheekbone.
Wait, Tony Storm, though, undeterred.
My God. Right now, the referee's got to check on Megan Bain and Tony Storm. Oh, they both hit so hard. Oh, my.
A scary moment there. The German suplex off the ropes.
Just look at this. Megan Bain, the size of her, very difficult to get all the way over. When someone's throwing you and you realize your head's going, you've got one opportunity. You've got to get over. And Bain almost didn't make it.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, they're both apparently okay. Aubrey checked in. But how much is left in either lady here?
That was Tony Storm pulling out all the stops. They're in pursuit of her AEW Women's World Championship.
The champion and challenger breathing hard. Is the challenger back to her feet first?
Again, that's got to be so demoralizing for Tony Storm. Have a German suplex like that, Nigel. Have Bain up to her feet first.
Regular star, regular competitor wouldn't want to be back on their feet, let alone so quick.
Great call, Nigel. We've had our second women's match, and both have been tremendous here tonight on Dynasty.
There you go. Tony Storm pulling it on in the corner.
Those hands are taped up.
With Bain leaves her feet. She went for broke with the lariat. And now Tony Storm, German suplex. And the hip attack. No Bain. Megan Bain caught Tony Storm. She just carries her dead weight to the center of the ring. And German, this time by the challenger.
What power, Nigel. Holy smokes.
Power and execution, and Bain again. Look at the energy of this woman. This is incredible.
As Bain drives the champion down and no!
Wow. Falcon Arrow and nearly drove it through the heart of Tony Storm.
I think he saw the face, maybe a little frustration bubbling up there.
Fate denied for Megan Bain, but as you mentioned, Nigel, we have not seen her biggest weapon, but we could be on the verge of seeing it now. The Fate's Descent. No, the roll-up. One, 2. Bane able to kick out. The pump kick avoided by Storm. Standing switch. Champion fighting out. Waistlock of her own. German. Shoulder. Left shoulder. Hit hard.
Very awkward landing for the challenger.
And hit. Attack on target. Oh, but Bane needed for lunch.
Oh, the headbutt.
The headbutt catching the challenger on the point of the jaw. And now, Tony Storm.
The head of Bane whiplashing over the bottom turnbuckle. Again. Bane's mouth agape, gasping for air.
She's trying to get out of the corner, could not. Tony Storm would gladly fill that mouth with a third consecutive hip attack. And Storm, 0. The cover made. Oh my God!
She's in there with a monster.
I thought for sure it was done. So did Tony Storm. I can't believe that. Tony Storm in tears as the Megasis. Megasis powers out. Bane, the lariat. Storm's title slipping on. Decapitation. And now Megan Bane with the champion of the powerbomb.
One more move, and we have a new AEW Women's Champion.
As Bane bringing the champion up on the shoulders. Bane's descent apparently coming. As wait, Tony Storm on her feet. It's a final 2.
Yeah!
Tony
denying that Kyle Fletcher's talent. And no one's denying what Don Callis is meant to him, but Mark Briscoe's been a thorn in the side of Kyle Fletcher.
And they certainly have had a storied rivalry over the last 6 months to a year. This is the 4th match between the two. And Fletcher, the protostar, looks poised for yet more greatness as we are joined once again, Shoney. Don Callis, it's an honour to have you with us, mate. Good to be here.
Damn.
Fletcher leaving his feet, trying to jump the gun on Mark Briscoe. We worked on this all week, a hot start. Oh, wow. Nothing wrong with a hot start.
White hot. Wow, man, that was a collision of a foot in the face.
Oh, but Briscoe, look at this, the counter. We've seen one inside cradle. Very nearly a second.
It was Briscoe. Also with a victory last night on Collision, answering Max Caster's opening challenge. Oh, that they got lost on the way to catering.
Oh, the boot intercepted by Briscoe. Big thrusting uppercut. Illegal judo chop there by Mark Briscoe. Wow. Briscoe finding himself in the grip of Fletcher, but reversing. Now Mark Briscoe with a neck breaker. Now let's not forget, once again, the winner of this tournament gets a shot at the world title on July 12th at All In, Texas. Right, the tournament finals go down before that, May 25th at the Desert Diamond Arena, Glendale, Arizona, at Double or Nothing. The men's and women's Owen Hart Foundation tournament finals as referee Rick Knox taking the chair. From Mark Briscoe.
Oh, yeah.
Stopping the chicken from flying.
Fans in Philadelphia need very little encouragement to boo. That's right.
Mark Briscoe, almost a hometown favourite here in Philadelphia. Spent a lot of his career here, a number of his big matches, and the 2 matches that he saw that convinced him and his late great brother Jay to become wrestlers here in Philadelphia.
As Briscoe drives that elbow. You can tell the people here in Philadelphia really relate with Briscoe. Why do you say that? What do you mean by that? So I spent some time here, did some time here back in the 90s, and I can tell you that these people are cut from the same cloth. I mean, he is from Sandy Fort, Delaware, which is not far from Philadelphia. Exactly, just a couple hours down the road in the back of the chicken truck. Very close to Baltimore, too, where we're going to be on Wednesday for Dynamite. Oh, and now he's just throwing too much of the ring for Rick Knox to take care of. And now to your point about Mark Briscoe and his late brother Jay, I mean, throughout his career, Mark Briscoe said he wants to be a tag team wrestler. He wants to be known as part of the greatest tag team of all time alongside, wait a second, Kyle Fletcher in and with it now with chair. Oh, my God. Oh, brother. And Fletcher, shoving the chair out of the ring, now making the cover. 1, 2. Amazing Mark Briscoe got out of that, guys. Mark Briscoe made his own bed. He started this whole thing. Look at Takeshita. Very loves watching Kyle's matches. Takeshita, who is matched up against Brody King in the first round of the Owen Hart Foundation tournament. The winner of that match between Takeshita and Brody will go on to face Will Ospreay as we determine tonight in our opening contest. What an opening contest that was, man.
Undoubtedly, Kevin Knight made in a night.
But Nigel, he was Mark Briscoe. You know, he wanted design experience. You know, he wanted to be known as a great tag team wrestler. The passing of his older brother Jay obviously turned things around, and that began a new stage of Mark Briscoe's career. Essentially, it was one that he called his rookie year as a singles wrestler in 2023. He had to start from scratch, basically.
Yeah, start from scratch, but it wasn't on his own. I'm sure he felt the presence of his late brother Jay. Watching down. Look at the history between these two. Kind of even odds. Fletcher as the youth, the size. Briscoe, the experience, the unpredictability. Fletcher, of course, guided by Don Gallas here beside us. But Briscoe guided by no one other than the good Lord himself and his late brother by his right-hand side, Don.
Horrible person, in my opinion. I hate talking to him. A couple of times I've had to interact.
I liked it when Don's mic was cut. That was great.
Yeah, don't think I think that was an accident. It was not. No, of course. Schiavone had his finger on the button.
Finger on the button.
Look at
It's the
Kyle.
first time anyone has said that about Tony Schiavone.
Kyle Fletcher. I mean, is there a guy with a better physique than Kyle Fletcher in AEW? I don't think so.
Yeah, they're plenty. But
What are you talking about?
Kyle's got a great physique. One of the greatest, okay?
Well, Fletcher just
Sent Briscoe into the corner. Came steaming in with that high boot.
So quick, so devastating. The protestar almost has no equal when it comes to his speed and power.
Yeah, especially at 6'5", Schiavone. He's amazing. He's an amazing athlete with a great reach, long wingspan, great long legs, powerful, confident, cocky.
to that point, somebody that matches up pretty equally with Kyle Fletcher.
But that for a moment, the powerbomb
onto the apron.
I'm going to tell you, after that shot that Mark Briscoe took, the head on the chair, and after that bomb, I'm not so sure what he's got left. Second. Oh, man. If this continues, I might be able to go in and pin it. This is a domination at this point.
You're right. That's what it is. Nigel, the point I was going to make is somebody that matches up quite well with Kyle Fletcher. Does it cost the bracket from him? The Alpha Konosuke Takeshita. What a final.
Love to see that. You know what? I mean, you are a world-class stir of the you-know-what. This is horrible. Quit trying to make matches that aren't going to happen. I will not allow that match to take place.
They're on the other side of the ring.
Oh, no. What do you mean? I was going to remark on your comment, but after what we just saw, I don't know. Maybe I have to straighten Mark Briscoe up. Yeah, I probably need to get a shovel and then the meat wagon.
God. Chicken may have a broken back. Oh, here it is.
Nice.
Mark Briscoe
From a different angle, look at the head and the neck of Briscoe. Bang! Whiplash rippling through the body of Mark Briscoe.
Briscoe having freak incredibly pulling himself up to his feet.
I'm not sure I've ever seen Briscoe take such a beating so quickly in a match.
Oh, he can't get to his feet. Wait a second.
Oh, that is just barely beating the 10 count. Mark Briscoe, there's no question, he's double tough. Right. The problem is this is simple physics, simple mathematics. The measurements of Kyle Fletcher, he just can't stand up to the physical force of Kyle Fletcher in this match.
He looks that way thus far.
Tries again. Oh, what speed. You know, the speed from corner to corner, amazing.
Yeah, that acceleration in the legs of Kyle Fletcher.
I almost feel bad for Mark Briscoe. Oh, you do not. Don't start her if I don't, but I might.
I said almost, Tony.
Now, right hands of Briscoe.
Yeah, of course. Oh, yeah, one of those tooths right in the head.
Fletcher, a bit rattled. Briscoe finds his footing on the top rope.
Shotgun off the top by Mark Briscoe.
Reflex from Briscoe to go to his book of tricks, but with the damage to the back, the neck, from those power bombs, unable to follow up.
Brody King, yes sir, looking on potentially at a man he may meet in the finals of the Owen Hart Foundation tournament at Double or Nothing.
Nice. Well done.
Not about you, Don, but I would have to say, Kyle Fletcher going to be one of the favourites in the Owen Hart Foundation tournament this year.
No doubt about it.
Digging knees to the midsection.
Wow. Do you remember the time, Don, the first moment you realised the potential of Kyle Fletcher?
Oh, 100%. And I realized he was wasting his life with Osprey.
Both men of similar mind, both men going down. Don, to that point, do you remember the 2 times that Mark Briscoe beat Kyle Fletcher fair and square in the center of the ring?
That's a good call. No, because I don't obsess about things like that. When you're as talented as Kyle Fletcher, you put losses like that in the rearview mirror. Let's live in the moment. Let's live in the now. Talk about the past.
Both Briscoe and Fletcher with the same idea. Look at Fletcher. He's beckoning Mark Briscoe on.
Listen, if you look at how this match has gone through, Fletcher has hit Briscoe with everything, and now Briscoe is still standing.
There's still more to come, right, Nigel?
Absolutely. Fletcher winning the match last night with the brainbuster on the top turnbuckle. He does that to Briscoe, he wins the match.
Well, hitting with everything, he's hitting with a lot. Put it that way.
Hammer throw from Fletcher, but Briscoe avoids the contact, creates contact of his own.
We've been working on some new sequences, Shivani. You're going to see it tonight.
Oh, new sequences. Can't wait.
Briscoe winding up, hammered. Fletcher with a lariat. Fisherman Buster! Oh my God.
Super Fisherman Buster.
2!
Briscoe can hit the J driller. We saw how effective that was on Max Caster just last night.
And we haven't even talked about the return of Anthony Bowens earlier tonight. Answering Max Caster's open challenge, but right now, Briscoe.
Great block by Kyle there, grabbing those ropes.
Look at the half and half suplex, but couldn't complete.
Good call, you're right. Yeah, Briscoe, he knows how to defend that. But how do you defend the length, the precision of Kyle Fletcher? Fletcher muscles up Briscoe. Punches him at the bottom turnbuckle right now. I can pin him right now. He's done. Don, that's the second time you said it. I implore you, go in there and try it.
No, but listen, Mark Briscoe has the perennial puncher's chance. He's a violent guy. He's got real heavy hands. But Kyle right now has got to be ahead on points, Nigel. Would you agree?
No, unquestionably. If I was scoring this on points, I'd give it 10-8 if this was one long round to Fletcher.
Would you guys stop this ahead on points baloney for crying out loud? It means nothing in these matches.
The shin of Fletcher hit the jaw of Briscoe, but then Briscoe's head actually hit the top rope and went. Briscoe, no.
Certainly means something. As again, another point for Fletcher. And again, Briscoe is out on his feet.
Fletcher, a wry smile as he looked up and
I think Mark Briscoe saved himself by grabbing the top rope there.
I don't think he did. I think he came down on the back of his neck.
Well, he still hit hard, but not as hard. Here we go, though.
Fletcher,
that's it.
Buster.
That's it.
2.
Is marching towards the ring on that one. Don't you dare count out Mark Briscoe.
Callis is beside himself, and let's show you the reason why. With 2 brainbusters. First of all, the very awkward landing on the outside, and the one inside wasn't much better. Straight to the top of the neck, back of the shoulders, and you don't get much closer to 3 without hitting it.
Now Fletcher,
was that one of your sequences, Don?
Well, you got the referee. Fletcher looking for that top rope brainbuster right now. As Briscoe. Oh, Briscoe. Nice counter.
There it is.
Briscoe, he's felt the sting in that top rope brainbuster. He knows how to counter it.
We're going to hook the top turnbuckle there.
He's looking for that cup throw, but instead Fletcher clasping on.
Wow. Again, like the crack of a whip. Oof.
Repeated headbutts.
Briscoe.
Oh, God.
No.
This is not good for your man here, Don.
Briscoe could be
out there.
With that BT. The ropes. Now the cover. 1, 2. No, Fletcher. A last gasp to kick out. Briscoe, though, the sliding lariat. His momentum carries him to the apron. He ascends to the top. Could be a froggy bow in the
Fletcher gonna hit it.
Oh.
In hooking the leg, Briscoe left the left shoulder unpinned. That enabled Fletcher to get it off the mat. A rare miscalculation from Briscoe, but it cost him.
Briscoe, he reaches for the sky. Yes, sir. What a high impact match this has been. Double underhook, the chain driller. No, avoided by Fletcher. The roll up, 2. Briscoe breaks free. Fletcher swinging a miss. Roll up this time by Briscoe. 2. Powerful kick out by Fletcher. Up to his feet. Boot to the midsection. Chain driller incoming. Good counter. Fletcher. Your brainbuster once again. Here it is. Here it comes. Excalibur. Rolling over. Pinning.
The hands of Fletcher.
He can't do it though.
Neck damage unquestionably. As everybody wrapped watching this.
And Fletcher taking himself out of the range of a pinning predicament by Mark Briscoe. Smart move. There you go. I agree. Smart move is right. But in
This
doing
is a
so,
smart move.
he may have put himself in harm's way. To the outside. It's an unbelievable match.
Connecting on a standing opponent, and now perhaps the opportunity to hit it again with Fletcher flat.
I don't think there's any way Kyle Fletcher can survive 3.
He points to Jay.
Oh! Double footed into the ribs. That's Fletcher. Oh! Again, the acceleration Excalibur. Look at this. Oh my God. 2 in a row. Fletcher down. Briscoe may be out on his feet. You're right. He's setting him up. This is what we talked about. Fletcher.
It picked up the victory last night. Will it do the same tonight?
The turnbuckle brainbuster. The cover. Yes.
Who says lightning doesn't strike twice? The chance of being struck by lightning. 1 in 1,200. The chances of kicking out from the top rope brainbuster. 0.
Kyle Fletcher advances to the second round of the 2025 Owen Hart Foundation Tournament. Much like his nemesis Will Ospreay did earlier tonight, and now Kyle Fletcher will face the winner of Hangman Adam Page in the dreaded wild card in the second round. I'm telling you, 2 great matches, 3 great matches, but in the midst of each, 2 phenomenal matches tonight in the one-way to start the Owen Hart Foundation Men's Tournament. Wow. And now we turn our attention to a match that Chris Jericho has made it deeply personal. It is title versus mask. Jericho Bandito.
Bandito versus Chris Jericho 3.
Ring of Honor World Championship match.
I've beaten you twice.
Jericho's punishing Bandito. Jericho wins it.
And still, you won't leave me alone.
Cuando un luchador la pierde, pierde la mitad de su ser.
Perder la máscara sería perderlo todo. He's made this.
You want a shot at regaining the Ring of Honor Championship? Is it worth risking this disgrace? My title versus your mask.
Bandito putting his mask on the line. This mask will be a turning point in Bandito's career. Wrestling is lucha libre and runs in Latino.
as the Ring of Honor champion. Great as the Aegis, I can feel that you will leave Dynasty unmasked, humiliated, and disgraced.
Wrestling 3. You know he's going to have some tricks up his sleeve.
Overstate the importance of the mask to a luchador. The sacrosanct indictment to El Santo, arguably one of the most revered, famous lucha libre legends and folk heroes of all time. El Santo never removed his mask in his entire 50-year career. Removing it on national TV shocked the nation almost as much as his death 2 weeks later.
Jericho has made it this deeply personal. He just wait a second, codebreaker! Immediately, I spoke too soon too. And wow, Jericho was staring down the family of Bandito as he walked into the ring. And look at this. He wants not only win, he wants to make an example of this.
Jericho knows what it means to take a man's mask. He spent some time in Mexico. Taking the mask of Juventud Guerrera in 1998.
Lights off the cover. Bandito able to kick out. Jericho in his 9th career reign as a world champion. His 2nd as Ring of Honor world champion. Bandito. Hey, look at these. Looking right at his mother, right at his sister.
It's going to be so hard for the family of Bandito to realize what is on the line. You know, you've got to think that maybe Bandito's mum might be quite excited. She might actually get to see her son's face for the first time.
Oh, would you stop?
I put the mask on him when he was born.
Bandito showing that trademark agility, and now look at this, avoiding that kick from Jericho the second time around. To his feet, bypass. Jericho sent to the floor. Bandito flying through the air, taking out Jericho. Now Bandito moving with speed, moving with purpose. As Bandito over the top, and Jericho goes down hard.
Absolutely. Let's not forget Bandito. Never been for the belt. Stripped of the title when able to wrestle at Final Battle back 4 years ago. That was during the COVID era.
Of course, Bandito, he's faced Chris Jericho twice in the past. Both times, Jericho's come out on top. Bandito, I mean, Nigel, the presence of the family at ringside would be a misstep by Bandito. His attention is obviously split between Jericho and his
dare
family.
say, if I was in Bandito's position, I would not want my mother and sister at ringside. A distraction, certainly, but it puts them close to harm's way as well. We've seen Jericho is willing to do whatever it takes to hold on to his title.
Big tornado by Bandito. 2. Jericho able to kick out. Price Rensman saying just a 2 count to Bandito. Bandito protesting the call, but it was on time.
Yeah, you just got to go right back to the attack. Leave the referee alone. Obviously.
You know, it was Chris Jericho that ultimately threw out the challenge to Bandito. Wait a second, look at the strength of Bandito here. One hand holding Jericho inverted.
Those dumb idiots in Philadelphia, they're coming in English.
They would actually speak great English. 20. Look at that. He's not done.
It's incredible. Just one arm.
Incredible they can count to 30. They're still going.
And all of the blood in Chris Jericho's extremities are coming down to his brain.
And the fans are standing. Look at him here.
Jericho's face turning bright, bright red.
I've never seen anything like this. We've seen him hold guys up before, but not like this. He's bloody.
And then Nigel, when Jericho goes down, that impact, all the blood goes rushing back out of the head. It's so disorienting. The cover, and Jericho able to kick out.
Kind of a lackadaisical cover from Bandito, but you can understand why the strength that it takes to hold a man up for nearly a minute. Didn't have the power to hook the leg.
That's a good call. It takes a lot of Bandito as well, Nigel. You were right.
Looks stymied here. The challenger, Bandito, almost doesn't know what to do at this juncture.
Jericho reversing the hammer throw attempt. Bandito, though, out to the apron, trying to bait Jericho. Oh, Bandito. Whoa, Jericho. There you see the effects of the Jericho so disoriented because of that delayed vertical suplex. All that blood rushing to his head and then leaving his head. He's very unsteady as Bandito. Oh, wait. Bomb from the apron. Bandito went down hard.
The blood rushing from the head of Jericho is not an issue right now. The back of the head of Bandito is.
This is hard to watch, I can tell you. I wrestled myself to fall from that distance. What's that got to be? 10, 12 feet in the air. You saw the head of Bandito rattling against the mat at ringside.
And now Jericho walking toward Bandito's mother, his sister.
Jericho's got the camera.
True entertainment polymath. Chris Jericho can do it all. But can he take the mask of Bandito?
Now, the point I was going to make a few moments ago, Nigel, was that wasn't Bandito that initially offered to wager his mask for Chris Jericho's Ring of Honor World Championship. It was Jericho that threw out the challenge. But Jericho's made this so personal with Bandito, with his family. But I think Bandito felt he had no other choice. It was wager the mask or nothing.
Absolutely, he had to accept. Otherwise, it would have been a shame on his family. And arguably on Lucha Libre tradition as well as now.
It's a count of 20 in Ring of Honor. On the outside. 14.
As Bandito struggling back into the ring after that powerbomb, but Jericho, there's no urgency at all from Jericho. After the powerbomb on the floor, Tony, Jericho believes he has this well in hand.
And I think he does, to be honest with you. Looks like it, a simple behind the back, but with the damage to the head after the powerbomb.
No, that's not going to win. No, that's just arrogance. That's just trying to show him up in front of the family. The only thing it took was just to roll the right shoulder over for Bandito to get out of it.
I don't think Jericho really thought he was going to beat Bandito with that pinfall. He was taking him back to his early days of his career in Mexico. Lionheart, that was his pose. They had him in magazines all over the country. He was a heartthrob. Still is to many.
All right, Jericho, even his attire tonight, harkening back to that Lionheart persona, the black and the yellow. But the high boot connects to the jaw. Bandito, Jericho again covers, and Bandito more than equal to the task.
Jericho really looking to make a statement and to prove his ability in his status as one of the greatest sports entertainers of all time.
But Nigel, I mean, you know full well yourself that Ring of Honor, the brand, the ethos of Ring of Honor, it is professional wrestling through and through. It's not sports entertainment.
It is the antithesis of sports entertainment, I dare to say, but that perhaps why so many people thought that when Jericho won the title for the first time, and now for his second reign.
Coming around the corner, the DDT driving Jericho down.
I think Jericho feels that by becoming the Ring of Honor World Champion, he is changing the culture in Ring of Honor.
To sports entertainment, if you will. To the midsection knee. And now, Sola.
Wow. That was flush to the jaw of Jericho. His eyes are rolling back in his skull right now.
Jericho, though, with the next great counter drop kick from the champion. Jericho once again turning his attention to the family on the floor, but while doing so, Bandito. Oh, onto the corner, Bandito! No, Jericho able to kick out.
Yeah, that's not surprising. That's a hell of a move. That's Chris Jericho on the other end. We talked about the distraction of Bandito's mother and sister at ringside. We didn't know whether it would be Jericho who would be distracted to give the advantage to Bandito.
Bandito to the top, Jericho disrupts the balance. Bandito coming down awkwardly, and now Jericho continuing the assault in the ropes.
Got legs on the inside. It's got to be a Hurricane Rana or Frankensteiner. Oh no! Starting off with the 10 punches. Tres, Quattro, Cinco, Siez, Tony. Thank you. Ocho, Nueve, Diez. Oh, he's got caught though.
Yes, he does. He got caught.
And very little Jericho can do here.
Except Jericho, what a counter!
Unbelievable by Jericho. A veteran experience, lying in wait.
He's feeling good about himself, and he should. That was tremendous. So is that. Bandito, once again, the strength on full display for all to see. Bandito heading to the top. The shoulders, the frog splash, the cover! Wow. Jericho knows all too well, Nigel, what it's like to be on the receiving end of that.
Yeah, a couple of times he's felt his chest almost cave, and the height that Bandito got up there was a sight. Bandito, who looked to complete the 21-plex in his last singles encounter with Jericho, got caught with Jericho rolling up. Hope we don't see the same thing happen again.
That 21-plex, the German suplex, rebounding off the ropes, adding that extra impact, that extra emphasis for Bandito, who now the tornado counter! Jericho
He didn't catch him flush, but boy, did he catch him. Now Jericho covers the far leg, is hooked, and Bandito, his turn to kick out.
You can tell that Jericho was poised and waiting for Bandito to come off.
Lying in wait, playing possum, whatever you want to say. The veteran experience of El Nueve coming into play. I think the knees into the rib cage, the midsection of Bandito. It needs to be flushed. That knocked all the wind out of the chest of this impassioned desperado fighting for his family.
Now Jericho, Bandito finding themselves back to back.
High noon.
5 paces.
Yeah.
No honor among thieves as Jericho, look at this, the feet on the ropes!
A high spot.
Yeah, but Bandito, the strength, he was able to hold him up, but no, Jericho counters and rolls him up tight, but Bandito able to kick out.
Bandito, every time he gets his shoulders pinned to the mat, he's got to be fearful. He's losing the mask.
The knee. It's got Jericho rattled. The 21-plex, Nigel. This could be
set
it.
up for it.
Bandito. Didn't get the spring up in the rope.
Jericho dropped his hips. Brilliant.
Jericho, he blocked, then he counters too. Bandito.
That was a phenomenal counter to that 21-plex, wasn't it?
Ever is this guy? He's just the best.
And Jericho looking to turn the corner.
And agrees, one of the greatest of all time. Look at this.
The walls are locked in, center of the ring. And the walls may be closing in on Bandito.
Bandito has used so much strength holding Jericho up for nearly 60 seconds. What does he have left to pull himself to the bottom rope?
Bandito needs to call on every ounce of reserve.
To lose the mystery. To lose the mask. Be tantamount to the end, at least of this portion of this man's career.
Fighting for his identity, fighting for his family.
Now, win or lose tonight, Bandito will never be the same. Oh, wait, Jericho, come on.
Well, yeah, he doesn't need to do this.
Gotta be careful.
Oh, brother, right at the chin.
Bandito really stepped through with that thrust kick. Did he ever? He was aiming well past the jaw of Chris Jericho, which he connected with. The bad apple. Right, keep the bad apple hobbling to the ring after his encounter with Hurt Syndicate earlier tonight.
Chris Jericho asked Brian Keith to pull
Avoid gravity. Gravity, we haven't seen him since he had his head cracked by that bat from Jericho. And now Aubrey Edwards.
Gravity with his mask back securely on his head now.
Jericho.
Oh, the official's back's turned.
No. Jericho, he pulled that back from between the steps and. Oh!
This is it.
Look at Jericho, he's looking to hide the evidence.
If she doesn't see it, she can't see it.
Bryce Remsburg completely unawares.
It can't end like this. Caliber, it can't.
Oh my God.
No.
He just has to rip the man's out. No.
Bandito's not moving. Cover the man.
No,
Please, no.
Jericho's lost a tooth. He's retained the title.
He lost his tooth and whatever shred of dignity he had left.
Important is what Bandito is going to be forced to lose right now.
Aubrey Edwards, I don't know what's going on in my left here, but Aubrey Edwards is talking to her family. demanding that Bandito remove his mask. Oh, they're walking right over.
Second, there's no instant replay.
Oh my, she's got the back. All right, what do we got going on here now?
A conference between Bryce Remsburg, the official, Audrey Edwards, the official on the floor, and Justin Roberts, the ring announcer.
Edwards is bilingual, she understood.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Bryce Remsburg has ruled that this match must restart.
I don't know about that.
This is insane.
Well, Bandito, the mask is sick. Oh, no, come on now. Jericho, just...
Oh, on the way, mate. The match continues.
Jericho, maybe on the verge of losing even more teeth as Bandito. The 21
Nice.
For the second time in his career, Bandito can call himself Ring of Honor World Champion. I don't know how many times, I can't remember how many times that we've had a match restarted in AEW, but I think justice was finally done in this one.
I don't know about that this evening. Jericho, certainly not happy about it either, but be that as it may, what a moment for Bandito, his brother, his mother, his sister in attendance. Reclaim the Ring of Honor World title.
Jericho seething with anger, but Bandito defending not only his mask, not only winning the Ring of Honor World Championship, but defending the honor of his family. Surely, that's what it's all about. It's a wonderful moment in ROH. It's a wonderful moment in AEW pay-per-views. I can tell you that. And we've had some great moments. Well, they can go back, cry all at once, and then they can try to become the ace. Bandito embracing with his mother, his sister, his brother, a true feel-good family moment here. The city, not just brotherly love, Tony. It's familial love. There you go, good call. And now over here to celebrate with the Spanish announcing. He's going to talk. I'll move your arms. Get over. Control his microphone. Good job. Good job, guys. That's a great moment. Clearly emotional to Bandito. Very fired up after becoming a Ring of Honor World
Tickets are on sale now at AEWTix.com.
Prove to the world that nothing is bigger than AEW in Texas.
Don't just watch history. Be history.
What a summer we have lined up for AEW, AEWTix.com. But right now we turn the spotlight on the TNT Championship. Daniel Garcia, Adam Cole, no time limit, no outside interference. Daniel Garcia, his first championship in all Elite Wrestling. What a moment in AEW. Daniel Garcia becomes TNT champion.
Daniel Garcia, you are the future of that TNT championship. It proves it. We faced each other for the TNT championship. We didn't get him. Adam Cole, Daniel Garcia, 2 for that TNT championship.
This match is a draw.
I didn't get the job, but neither did you. As a fighting champion, you should be able to sleep at night knowing that you couldn't, that you can't beat Adam Cole, baby. And unless you're a coward, you would want to change that.
I've had enough of the distractions. Nobody ringside. No time limit. Cole Garcia, one last time.
I've been the guy longer than you've been wrestling. Danny, you're not ready. And if you don't understand that, then I guess I'm gonna have to walk that ass back.
This is the last chance for Daniel Garcia. In 17 years of chances, 17 years of opportunities, the past 17 years belong to you. The next 17 belong to me.
This next contest set for one fall is for the TNT Championship. There will be no time limit and no outside interference. From Dynasty, weighing 194 pounds, Adam Cole.
Adam Cole, who 17 years ago to the day began his professional wrestling journey, not far from where he stands. And now, intent on capturing the first championship of his all-elite wrestling career.
was also in Philadelphia. Adam Cole was the third with 3 real world titles. The only man in history to do that feat.
You know, he's gone through so much since arriving here in AEW, including being out of Florida 23 days because of an ankle injury, had to put screws and a surgery, cadaver bones in his foot. He's gone through so much. I just really hope. I hope he reforms well. I hope they both have fun, Tony. Is that what you're saying? You know what? It's hard for me to, I like both guys. It's hard for me to say which one I like.
And visible from Buffalo, New York, weighing 187 pounds, he is the TNT champion, Daniel Garcia.
I just think Excalibur and Nigel, it would be great to see either guy win. I just hope we have a good match like we've had so far tonight.
Well, I guarantee you're going to get a good match. This is the third 3 matches between these 2 individuals. I think their styles mesh well, but I understand what you're trying to say. Both champion and challenger suffering debilitating injuries in their career. Champion with a broken leg that took him out for at least 6 months as well. I don't want to see that be the end of somebody's career. We want to be able to see them perform to the utmost of their capabilities, and I think both champion and challenger will be able to do that. here tonight.
Daniel Garcia, the TNT champion, reigning and defending. Adam Cole, his ring attire leads me to believe that he is coming into Dynasty tonight to slay some monsters, to slay the dragon that is Daniel Garcia.
Remember the first match? STP interrupted, ended it. The second match, time limit draw. Now no outside interference. No time limit. Here we go.
Could be here for a long night, certainly, but we're going to get a clean winner and a clean loser.
We heard from Daniel Garcia in that conversation with Adam Cole last night on Collision. He said that out of respect for Adam Cole, out of respect for what he's accomplished in professional wrestling, Garcia will grant him this one last shot right at the TNT Championship. But that's it. That's it, right?
Let's be honest, it's not Daniel Garcia's decision to make. He gets booked against Adam Cole, he's going to have to defend the title, but certainly if Cole is unable to take the TNT title from Garcia tonight, it might be a long time before he gets another opportunity.
Drop kick there by Garcia, and I do believe it bears mentioning that, thinking of TNT, TBS are great partners at Warner Brothers Discovery. April 6th, also the day that Tony Schiavone debuted on the TBS network. I'm going to say how many years ago, but congratulations on the anniversary, Tony.
Thank you very much. Well, it was 85, so you can do the math.
Look at you.
How about that?
Proud of your age.
Well, yeah,
so would I be with that hair?
And look at Garcia.
You should be too.
Into the corner, the right hand. Garcia throughout this rivalry with Cole. These 10 punches in the corner of eluded Garcia, but not tonight. As Garcia exuding confidence and now exhibiting some aggression, but Cole just dumping Garcia out to the apron.
That was the right move because Cole was getting hammered.
Super kick that has paid dividends for Adam Cole time and again in his career. And Cole was always known for confidence, that braggadocious attitude. And we've seen in the burgeoning TNT title career of Garcia.
No. Ooh, Cole coming down awkwardly on that surgically repaired ankle.
Oh, no. Stephon Smith better go down and check on him.
Look at Garcia. Not concerned. He followed up straight away.
Yeah, Garcia, he's exhibiting a mean streak.
Nothing wrong with that.
I think Garcia might be at his wit's end here with Adam Cole. Kicking at the knee now, the ankle.
Yeah, the referee's got to check on Adam Cole here.
Very concerned look on the face of Cole for good reason.
Garcia circling his target, his prey, so to speak. And now, basement dropkick. Garcia, this is a much different tone than their two previous clashes. We're going to take a look back as the Panama Sunrise attempted on the floor, but
straight away, yeah, you could see that pain straight shooting up from the left, the surgically repaired left ankle of Adam Cole. And that drop kick not helping matters.
That ankle was injured, if you'll recall, at Grand Slam, New York, when he jumped off the staging area. That's how it happened, so.
It was certainly a freak accident. You watched it back, you have no idea why it happens, but such is the danger of professional wrestling. The seemingly most innocuous things can cause potentially career-ending injuries.
Garcia, his game plan is evident. He's targeting that left leg, not just the ankle, but the knee as well.
And a little bit of confidence. Garcia that talked about winning the TNT title as being the beginning of the journey, not the destination. Again, trying to prove that he is a credible challenger, not just to the world, but to himself as well. Following the footsteps of great TNT champions like Brody Lee and, of course, the greatest TNT champion of all time, Christian Cage. There you go. Got a bit of the hips. Time to put your singles away.
Cover not made. Front leg was hooked. Cole able to kick out. You talked about the braggadocious nature of Adam Cole, especially earlier in his career when he was known as the Panama City Playboy. When he was not, it was not shocking, not surprising to see Adam Cole swivel his hips like Garcia does now, right? Oh, brother. But that dragon screw, and then the inverted dragon screw. Oof, man,
Danny Garcia is ripping apart that left leg of Adam Cole.
I was going to say, give him credit, man. He is focused on the ankle and the leg, and it may just be what he needs.
Yeah,
the left hand or the right hand of Garcia saying, calm down, calm down. You've got the advantage. Don't make a mistake. Don't get caught. We saw Tony Storm with Megan Bain had such an advantage. It only took 1 second, or rather 3 seconds, for the champion to retain. And certainly, Garcia doesn't want to make a similar mistake.
Garcia, he knows full well how well-traveled, how well-accomplished Adam Cole is. And
that snapped it off right there.
Garcia snaps, he pops the hips, and back to his feet. Second time around. Garcia
pointing up.
Cole, no. Cole reverses. Garcia gets the better of it.
Amigos of sorts, but nothing friendly about it. Garcia, witty, capable, dogged, pursuing another title defense. Oh, wait a second.
Cole with Garcia up and drives him down on the left knee. You had to think that was just pure instinct, Nigel.
Just reflex, absolutely. Certainly, Cole, very little time to think before executing the maneuver, and as soon as he did, he realized the potential error of doing so.
Daniel Garcia, you mentioned the similarities in terms of suffering through leg injuries, but also Garcia, not so long ago, had a pretty significant neck injury, but the Panama Sunrise reversed as Garcia steps through, looking for the Dragon Tamer, but no, Cole.
That bad leg, Panama Sunrise is not effective.
Wow, driving through that lariat. Man, I'd have been proud of that one.
Daniel Garcia could be thick and pile driver. Taking a moment to survey the battlefield, as it were, but maybe giving Cole too much time to recover, at least too much time to pivot, to latch on to the leg of Garcia.
It looks like it with Cole doggedly holding onto the left leg, but Garcia, oh, here we go, with the Gotch-style pile driver if he can complete.
He's going to, twisting pile driver, is that going to be it? 2, no.
Oh, beautiful. After the venerable, legendary Karl Gotch.
Another man did that pile driver here in this city. Look at Jerry Lynn, Nigel.
That was JL. Put me down for the count on a number of occasions.
It's big of you to admit.
Do my best. Right now, Cole doing his best to get back to his feet.
Oh, look at this. Remember, it was the boom that was about to land as the 20-minute time limit expired, right? It seemed like Cole, Tony, he was heartbeats away from claiming the TNT Championship for the first time, but unbeknownst to him, he was heartbeats away from the 20-minute time limit expiring.
I know, and so it's Daniel Garcia that drops the knee pad, wanting to lower the boom, I guess, and now we're going to slugfest.
Interestingly, Garcia has kept that knee pad down, which really puts a bullseye. Right knee of Garcia. If I was Cole, that's what I would do. I'd go straight for it.
Great call. Look at him. Backdrop suplex, but Cole to hands and knees, now to his feet. The pump kick. Wow. Catches Garcia on the way in. Garcia, powerful overhand chop. A second, a third, fourth, peppering the chest of the challenger. But the super kick connects. Oh, down. Garcia to a cover. Baited him in. Crucifix, no.
He sure did bait him in. It's a great call, Excalibur.
I thought it was the ankle, the leg of Adam Cole that gave way, but it was a stratagem by the challenger.
That was very, very well done and almost got a win.
Might just been surreptitious. He may have fallen down, and when Garcia fell on top of him, he realized the opportunity that presented itself. Either way, champion and challenger both stood in this contest with the TNT title still on the line.
Boot caught by Garcia. Now transitioning Cole into an ankle lock.
And Cole cannot stand much of this, guys.
Damage, left ankle and knee.
Garcia
ankle lock applying pressure to the cruciate ligaments of the knee, even though you're holding the ankle.
Wrenching on that surgically repaired ankle, dragging Cole back towards the deep water in the center of the ring. And now that leg completely grapevine by the legs of Daniel Garcia.
Oh, look at Cole. Agony X on his face. Fingertips away.
And Cole make that crucial call. He can. And he gets the break. He gets the relief. But Garcia hanging on to the last possible moment.
Champion's prerogative to use the 5 count. Garcia has to know, cannot lose the title on a count out or a disqualification.
Garcia.
Good Lord. Oftentimes you'll find a wrestler try to dive over the top of the ringside steps, but Cole was propelled so fast, nothing he could do.
So fast, and I think wedged between the apron and the steps.
Now knocking out Cole. Not only that, you notice how he walked. Garcia walked up on the steps, stepped on the ankle as he walked up the steps.
Oh, wait a second, we've seen this before.
Garcia
crosses himself.
Yeah, forgive me for what I'm about to do. Cole fighting, chopping at the legs of Garcia. Garcia gets his footing back up on the steps. Now body shots from Adam Cole.
Oh boy.
Elbow strike.
Dangerous place for both men, needless to say.
Very precarious.
What the hell? My God. I think Garcia, his spine hit the ring post. I'm not sure where his head landed, but either way, a disastrous landing for Daniel Garcia.
Yeah, and get another chance to take a look. Yes, just watch this. Not just the first impact, but bang, the second impact. The tailbone colliding with the ringside steps.
And I think that Garcia also, his neck is wrenched sideways as well as now Cole.
Perfect positioning.
This is the snake that bit him earlier. But now it's the Panama Sunrise. This time, the ankle proving durable enough to hit the Panama Sunrise on the floor.
I think Cole was willing to sacrifice a little more damage to himself to inflict a lot more damage to his opponent.
Oh, he's dropping the knee pad, guys. Cole dropped the knee pad and looks at, smart. Deliver the boom, but Garcia, whether it's out of exhaustion or self-preservation, he drops flat.
Well, speaking of exhaustion, you saw Cole hit the ropes and then fall down.
Both champion and challenger have to know. Like I said, we could be in here for a long night. Garcia wants to hold on to the TNT title. Hold on!
Inside cradle. It's in time. Oh, so close.
How many matches have been won by an inside cradle? That was almost enough.
Oh. Cole is charging forward. He drops. And Garcia now.
Look at his face, didn't you? You saw the opportunity.
He's going to do it. He's going to do it.
Damn.
And he went his own move. My God.
And the knee pad's already down.
There it is. Garcia. 1, 2, 3.
Oh.
Panama Sunrise lowered the boom. Both moves by Cole, executed by Garcia, but Cole still alive.
Oh, look at this. Just slamming Cole's ankle into the mat.
Frustration and anger clearly building up inside the TNT champion. Hit Cole with both of his best moves and unable to beat the challenger.
We heard last night on Collision that Cole asked Garcia, wondered if he had what it takes. Garcia is trying to prove that right now, Excalibur.
Garcia for another pile driver, but Cole lowering his weight, anchoring his weight. And
what's he staring at here?
He's staring at the turnbuckle. You don't think? Remember,
well, I talked about the neck injury, that was incurred by MJF, the pile driver off the ropes. And Garcia, when he landed that pile driver on MJF, it took him out of action for months.
Well, look at this. Perhaps the champion. He wants to hurt Cole rather than winning the match.
This is how Garcia got put out, and he wants to put Cole out.
But Cole desperately clutching onto that top rope to the turnbuckle, and now a headbutt, a second, a third. Garcia, 4, falling back into the the ring. Garcia knows exactly how dangerous of a move that is. He's trying to put Cole out. Maybe for good. Wait. Panama sunrise by Cole. Now remember, that knee pad already has been dropped. And Garcia, you can see he's reaching toward Cole, but ineffectual. As Cole, what are you going to try to do it again? Up to the second. Panama sunrise.
The record ain't broke. Garcia's neck might be.
Panama sun rises. Adam Cole up to his feet, accelerates. Boom! Adam Cole, new champion.
Damn. Adam Cole, Pepe.
His career began, and now he's TNT champion. Whoa, what a moment.
Billy has been good to Adam Cole. To Daniel Garcia, not so much, and one could make the argument that instead of trying to win the match, trying to hurt his opponent, the champion suffers the ultimate pain. Garcia losing the TNT title.
Great call. You are right about that, Nigel. 17 years after beginning his professional wrestling journey, not far from here, Adam Cole can call himself champion in All Elite Wrestling for the very first time. This has been quite a battle between these two. Ever since January, ever since the first of the year, these two have battled. It's been one of the great rivalries in AEW. I don't think there's any question. And now it culminates with Adam Cole finally becoming a champion in AEW. Yes, sir, brother. It was Daniel Garcia. Is he trying to take it too far? We'll never know. Although we do know that there has been a changing of the guard with the TNT Championship. We've seen them in trios matches. It's been wonderful to see these two together going at it like this, and it's wonderful to see Adam Cole win a title. Great job, Daniel Garcia. He will fight another day, perhaps for the TNT Championship, of course, perhaps an AEW World Championship. He has a bright career ahead of him, but right now, the era of Adam Cole as TNT champion has dawned. Cole is limping up the ramp, not escaping this match unscathed, Nigel.
Oh, certainly. As he leaves Philadelphia, he's not just taking a TNT title, he's taking an injury that certainly will make it more difficult to hold on to the goal.
From the TNT Championship to the AEW International Championship, Kenny Omega looks to defend his title against not one man but two, Ricochet and Speedball Mike Bailey.
Still so wild to me. I was more than happy just to be able to stand in this ring and say, I'm clear that I can try doing this again.
The AEW International Championship.
A big fight. Feel for this one.
I want to face the best. So when our boss, Tony Khan, said that he had an idea,
Dynasty AEW International Championship Eliminator Tournament.
8 down to 4.
You can't be the best unless you cover all the bases.
Holy smokes. And wait a second, Ricochet, 3! He got the pin. A very unexpected turn.
When I beat Cornball and I beat former best bout machine, I become the new international champion.
At Dynasty, it's the first defense of many.
wrestling is a game of inches. Anyone has a shot.
Consider you and consider Ricochet just another stepping stone to solidifying my legacy.
Interesting sartorial stylings from the challenger, Ricochet. And Nigel, did you suddenly get more tan and rich? Oh, no, that's you, Tan. Whoa, wait a minute. And an orange pocket square to boot, man.
It's, you know, it's been, Philly's almost like a kind of a vacation spot for me, but it's not. It's certain areas of Philly where I have resorts and I have all sorts of monopolies or some of them, and we'll talk about the state of Excalibur. Buddy, you're still awake.
Yeah, you know, at this age, you never know. And I saw you have the broom. And I said, well, I better stay awake. Cause Tan, no, at this age, you never know. And I saw you have the broom. And I said, well, I better stay awake. Cause Tan's here. Guys, you know the rules of this. Anything goes. And you don't have to be in the ring to lose your title.
Yeah, that's a big deal right there, Shivani. You just said it. This guy is hated universally at Excalibur, meaning Ricochet.
Ricochet.
Does he love like the Philadelphia Eagles?
Still got heat. Professional wrestler. He has such a prodigious striking output and so many unexpected angles from which he can attack. And he's a great high flyer too.
Yeah, great flexibility also.
There's another chance of Kenny.
You're absolutely right. Just we thought that was going to be taken away as the fans and everyone here in AEW and the top of AEW. That man right there, Kenny Omega, is an AEW pioneer. He's one of the key men of why this company even started.
Listen, every time Kenny Omega goes out, you know you're going to get his best. And I've told him many, many times, I said, you have never had a bad match. You always bring it all. And that's why the fans love him. The AEW International Championship hanging in the balance tonight as Kenny Omega looks to defend against Ricochet and Speedball Mike Bailey. I've had the honor, the privilege to call Kenny Omega's matches for more than a decade, right? And I've called Omega's only singles encounters with Speedball Mike Bailey and Ricochet, both happening in Pro Wrestling Guerrilla nearly a decade ago. It was a win for Omega over Bailey, though it was a loss to Ricochet in the 2014 Battle of Los Angeles tournament. It was the only time Omega has shared a ring with either of these two men. You think Ricochet's making a mistake here by staying out of the ring, guys?
No, I personally don't. I think it's smart. And why be in there if you don't have to be in there at the moment? There's no need to be in there at the moment. Let Speedball and Kenny do their thing. If you have to, then pick your spots. That's what I would do.
Aggressive collar and elbow tie-up by Bailey and Omega, the two Canadians in this match.
I've had my share of three-way matches, three-way dances, as we call them in this town. And I've had them in this town. So,
Ricochet,
nearly got his head kicked off. They're dangerous matches in the sense you can get beat suddenly.
O'Connor roll by Omega. And he spills through the...
He hit this desk here super hard.
Now Ricochet going back to work on Speedball Mike Bailey inside the ring. Leapfrog up and over the top by Bailey. Trip avoided. What action? Kick avoided. And Omega. Evident frustration on behalf of Kenny Omega. And now Bailey eats a right hand from the champion. Omega now springing up to the top rope. Bailey battled in the center of the ring. And Omega, what a crossbody. Diving crossbody. Wow, what action in a short span. Got a great crowd tonight. Fans watching on Prime Video in Canada, the U.S., and the United Kingdom. We welcome you to AEW's Best. Right hand punishing the jaw of Speedball Mike Bailey. Omega. Hammer throw is reversed by Bailey. Bailey charges in. Omega waiting with the boot. Now leaping over the back of Bailey. Omega Hurricanrana. And Ricochet springing on, seizing on the opportunity. Hurricanrana, no. Instead, Omega.
Heartbreaker. Juji Katami, excellent transition by Omega.
Interesting wrinkle from Kenny Omega. It's not early. You see him go for submission hold this early that often.
Absolutely, I agree with you. But the thing is, with Omega, anybody who knows or know his abilities and style, he is just a hybrid in a sense. He's got so many different abilities, from a high flyer to a striker to submissions, everything.
The rapid fire kicks were interrupted at first by Ricochet, but Ricochet was sent back into the floor. Now it's Bailey by his lonesome in the ring. And when they're calling speedball, those were speed kicks, brother. Rapid fire. Now Bailey. Wait a second, Ricochet coming in. Nobody home for Ricochet, swinging a miss. And look at this, Bailey through the ropes into a Hurricanrana.
That was impressive by Speedball right there to catch Kenny as he did.
Well, all that's going on the outside. Ricochet looking to take advantage, but fans block.
Hands are up on that, guys. Look at him.
Bailey reversed by Omega. Oh, champ for Don Kennels. Oh, good counter right there by Speedball. Yeah. Wriggling free of the grip of Kenny Omega. Now Omega over the barricade, and Bailey, look at this, kicking the chest. Kenny's trapped over there, getting his chest. Now Bailey, she's up to here. Right, he's footing on the barricade. Ricochet, grabbing away. Ricochet, he's come on up by the ears, brother. Bailey dragged Ricochet up by the ears, but now thumbs into the eyes. Oh my God, this is not looking good for Speedball. More for Omega. I look too damn good. Tess, for the rest of Omega's career, we're going to talk about his battle with diverticulators, having 2 feet of his intestine removed, and now he just had another human being dropped on his spine, compressing his midsection into that barricade. Absolutely, and that's a major problem, as you see. Ricochet is focused on that back kidney area, right there to your point. Speedball used as a weapon, like a wrecking ball on top of Omega. Ricochet was smart, like it or not. It's a good move. Yeah, and he's still smart because Omega is nowhere there. You can see maybe in the bottom of your screen, Omega just getting to his feet, at least attempting to. Yeah, this is where the nature of a three-way match works against the champion. Because Ricochet, were he to pin Speedball Mike Bailey right now, he would be crowned the new international champion, right? Well, I was talking about that before, Excalibur, about being in three-way matches, but then you interrupted me. And the thing is, that dangerous. I'd like to say I would never interrupt you. Well, like I was saying, but the thing is, man, they're dangerous. You can get caught and beat at any second because you literally got to have eyes in the back of your head. Now, cover made, center of the ring. Now, thinking back to the reign of Chris Statlander as TBS champion. Yes, he was not pinned to lose that title. It's a good point. Omega get in the ring, man. Yeah, Omega denied by Ricochet. Bailey, pretty good with those hands as well as the feet. But Ricochet is one of the most dynamic, athletes you're going to find in all of pro wrestling. So he's really working on that lower back into that side stand after the back break. And he, instead of going for the cover, he saw out of the corner of his eye that Omega was starting to get in the ring, trying to keep Omega neutralized on the outside. It's a great move, it really is. Making a one-on-one matchup continue. Ricochet on the rights and flip through. Looks through indeed, and now a deadlift brainbuster. No, Omega brings Bailey down to earth and a boot to the midsection. A straight toe kick to Ricochet. Yeah, Kenny, it's not like he's trying to save Speedball. She's just trying to get some offense on Ricochet, and obviously this is every man for himself. I don't think it needs to be pointed out, but for those that are a little bit not following along. He slapped him upside the head, chops. See that? Never seen Taylor do that quite like that, but it's pretty fun. Over goes Ricochet, Bailey. Ricochet caught up, but Ricochet sends Bailey to the arms of Omega. Oh, a neck breaker for Omega. A punishing DDT for Bailey. Great move. I'll tell you, Ricochet has looked really, really good in this match. He has. Bailey definitely got the worst. And now Ricochet. Tope Suicida might be coming out here. I think he is. Watch out. Ricochet. Ricochet. Into Omega. Into our announce desk. And you see? This is why I'm so damn good. I can beat Speedball Mike Bailey. I can beat Kenny Omega at the same damn time. And there's nobody out here that can do anything. Speedball about kicked his head off. Almost wiped out Tony Schiavone in the process, and now, yeah, we almost got lucky. I mean, Speedball, I think if he knocked that mic out of commission, he said, I'm terribly sorry about this. Somebody needs to stop him. I'm sorry. I saw him coming around the corner there. I wonder why you were trying to push me into his way. What ejection, buddy? Oh, my God. As now Bailey kick to the midsection. Axe kick across the spine. Oh, what a round kick. Mike Bailey can fly in the air. What you got? Oh! Running shooting star press. Nobody home. Kenny Smart, he sees the opportunity. Omega looking to pick up those green overalls. Look at Omega go. Down. Bailey, he went. And it's scouted. Now Ricochet comes flying in, drops the champion down. And Ricochet thought, no, nobody home. And now Speedball Mike Bailey could be thinking backslide here. I think he is. You're right. That backslide is in. Easy for Ricochet. Pushes the pile. Now, looking for horizontal pin. 1, 2. I don't think I've ever seen that done. That was really innovative by Ricochet. Think back to how both Bailey and Ricochet in that four-way match. Yeah. They qualified to face Omega. Originally, it's supposed to be one-on-one. Look at Bailey. Got the arms. Catching on both. Wow. Almost got it. Yeah. 2 for the price of 1. Almost got it. We've seen some great things in this match, guys. We really have. You got to get creative, especially in these three-way matches. You got to, right, to try to capture that. What is this? Here we go. Double backslide by Omega. So close. Oh. Omega left wide open. Everyone's out. And look at the fans. Stand up and cheer. Yes. That's what AEW is all about. This match is amazing. The people here in Philadelphia respecting what they're seeing. You see referee Rick Knox. He is not giving the 10 count. This is a match that must end via pinfall or submission. As now Kenny Omega, the champion, beginning to stir, as are his challengers, Mike Bailey and Ricochet. And Ricochet looks spent. All 3 of these men are spent. Physical. Well, a match like this, a reminder of why we love pro wrestling so much. Guys are punching it out. Not kidding. They're doing everything. Intense. Talk about the mentality that it takes of a challenger. For challenging a title, they've been having to wait all day to get this opportunity. It's a good point. It's stuff that people don't talk about when you're working in this deep on the show. You know, it's you have to stay focused. You have to stay locked in. It's hard, and you're dealing with not 1 but 2 opponents. 2 great opponents, by the way. It's now Bailey and Omega slowly turning. Oh, quick jab, second one. Wow, both on target. Oh, nice shot there. Quick hands, another one by Omega. Omega really hammering at the jaw. Speedball, he's got to be careful. Exchanging strikes with Speedball Mike Bailey. Nice job. Omega, though, with the weight advantage, the size advantage, able to drop Speedball with that chop, but Bailey will not be denied, up to his feet, and now Omega, this is a dangerous game for Omega to play. Kenny just challenged those round kicks. Speedball's got the heart of a fighter, brother. He is coming low. Well, his technique is pristine with that taekwondo background, right, with those kicks, but now Ricochet, got double handful of hair, and that thrust kick sends Ricochet to the floor. While knocked his teeth out with that kick. Big time triangle moonsault from Speedball Mike Bailey. Sensational matchup. Every man in this match just putting it all on the line. And Omega accelerates, drop kick. Caught Speedball. Oh, Kenny's feeding off the 12th man here. Omega, he's looking to terminate the competition. Good call. Kenny don't need much motivation. He's going to come in hot, I'm telling you. As Omega. Kenny, his whole career, has taken a plethora of chances
Watch Mike Bailey. That triangle moonsault. And then watch Kenny Omega here.
But that's an all-or-nothing move, Taz.
Yeah.
If Bailey and Ricochet, if they part, Omega crashes and burns on the ring.
And that could be career-ending, to be frank. Depending on how you landing the tailbone, your neck, what have you.
A Ricochet, drop kick to the knee of Omega. Omega turns and comes right back. Now, Ricochet!
Ricochet just makes it look easy. He's landing on his feet. So hard to do, man. Not that I would know, but I've watched enough people do it. I've never tried something like that my whole life.
And I don't know if you heard that thud, but I believe that was the back of Omega's head hitting the ring. That's a good point.
You're right. Now what? I mean, Ricochet's going to do another big dive here?
Speedball's up.
Quite sure how the hell he did that.
Oh my God. Like he was defying gravity. Bailey avoiding Ricochet.
All three men taken to the air, which is not a shot. Watch this. The leapfrog into the moonsault. Springboard up into the moonsault. Right?
Yeah, he leapfrogged over. He jumped over Ricochet. I mean, it's incredible agility. Now Hurricanrana, Bailey, 1, 2. Omega trying to reverse it around. Speedball lands on his feet. Omega taking power bomb perhaps. Great anticipation to get to this point by Omega. What power in the legs of Bailey. Uh-oh. Ricochet into the ring. Oh! Drop. Now what? Now Bailey.
Dang.
Knee drop to Ricochet. And compressing the torso of Omega.
Guys, I'm seeing things in this match I've never seen before. That was wild, man. By Speedball.
It's now Bailey with the adventure. Omega goes out like a light. 1, 2, and Ricochet disrupting the referee's count.
And Ricochet is doing that not to help Mike Bailey. He's doing that to save the match. First pinfall submission.
And remember, in a three-way, Tony, there's no disqualification.
Exactly, and that was a smart play by Ricochet. It really was. Absolutely. Look at this, though. God. Imagine Kenny with all the issues like we talked about.
Like you said, it's kind of he was out, man, from that kick. Now Bailey with his open-handed shots. Now frustration evident on Bailey, turning into those elbow strikes.
Ricochet's like, I don't want no part of that. I'm out of here. I don't blame him.
Mike Bailey's going to go back and focus on trying to win a match and not trying to
beat up Ricochet.
Yeah,
right,
exactly.
He's got the international champion hurt in the middle of the ring right now, and he's out here now beating down on Ricochet. Like, beating the hell out of him.
Yeah, the frustration just oozing out of Speedball Mike Bailey.
Well, Ricochet's the kind of guy who picks you off easily. Oh, he's definitely got a punch in the face. Yeah, there's no doubt about it.
Ricochet attempting to retreat to the relative safety of the ring, but Bailey's incensed.
Yeah.
Just stomping down that heel into the chest of Ricochet. Bailey
will do something with that leg, maybe. No, maybe not.
That was right above us, man.
Could have just blew his knee out there. Holy cow.
I don't think Speedball's going to be able to continue. We saw those knees, guys, bounce right off that apron.
Literally bounced. And he clipped the knee.
And the ref's knee. He hit the referee, too. Remember, there's no disqualification in a three-way match. And Bailey, his leg bent at that grotesque angle. Luckily, Rick Knox didn't receive all the contact from Ricochet. He's back in the ring, but
yeah, I think Knox, the referee, got a grazing blow on that clip. But look at this.
Damage been done, though, to Speedball because he's nowhere to be found here, guys. Damage done to...
Watch this knees. I'm sorry, it's coming. Watch the knees. There's nothing to say. You could just see how horrific that was.
Back to live action. Kenny Omega still trying to fight his way back into this match after Bailey connected with that corkscrew kick, that time adventure, right? That is...
You're right. Yeah, Kenny's in trouble here. His international championship's in trouble. momentum right now is with Ricochet. Oh, he's fighting.
I don't know what that's all about. Oh, wait a minute. That's from Mike Bailey.
Mike Bailey, though, he's moving a bit gingerly on that, I believe, left knee.
Shows how bad he wants that international title.
It goes back to what I was saying earlier. A fighting spirit that Mike Bailey has, man. What a fighter. God, I love this.
And he looks up, he sees the champion, Kenny Omega.
Yeah, but you don't have to beat Kenny. Just go. Yeah, go get Ricochet. I'm armchair quarterbacking, but still, I mean, you're in the middle of a fight, so it's hard to stay focused sometimes. Right. I'm telling you from experience of a three-way match. But man, he should have went.
And he paid for it.
I mean, he definitely should have went so Ricochet. Yeah.
And now Omega. Into action, Snapdragon suplex.
Dragon City.
You see the eyes of Omega, international champ. He is focused and intense at the moment.
Yeah, he usually doesn't come with just one Excalibur.
Now he's got one lined up for Ricochet here.
Here we go.
Down goes Ricochet.
Such torque. It's all footwork and hips. His hips get so low when he drives it, and his footwork is quick on the inside.
And Taz, I mean, we'll never know, but maybe Bailey's mindset was that he's never beaten Omega in his career. In order to be legitimate, in order to call himself the undisputed international champion, he has to pin Kenny Omega in the center of the ring.
Well, right now, Kenny Omega's kicking everybody's ass. I mean, that's pretty apparent.
Yeah, he's strongly at the moment defending his international championship.
We're going for another. Here we go.
Bailey trying to fight it.
Doing a good job.
Trying to lower his shoulder.
A half Nelson there on Ricochet by Bailey. And those ridge hand chops and shots.
Omega hammering at both men.
Oh, we're not going to see it.
Oh, Lord of mercy. It's the first ever it's going to be.
Dragon like that, Snapdragon.
See the fans respond to Kenny Omega and this match in AEW.
Omega, the Snapdragon suplex. You gotta look at his face. His jaw is set. His intention is clear. Omega lining up Ricochet. Trigger!
Good gosh. Got another one on the other side. Second.
Oh, thanks for coming, Speedball. He's done.
He just got knocked out, I'm telling you. We are seeing Kenny Omega at his very best right now. Finish it off, Kenny.
Omega, one way around. Ricochet escapes.
A little premature, a little premature.
Counter by Ricochet.
Ricochet looking for vertigo. Omega finds his feet. Back elbow by Ricochet. Omega in pursuit. Underneath.
Ricochet got caught, guys.
What's in the pass? 2, 3, no!
I don't know how Ricochet got out of that.
Tough to do that to invert back over out of a bridge. Very hard to do. You're not kidding me. They tried to do. It's hard. That's really hard.
Omega, that quartz red. Ricochet was fully expecting the one-winged angel, but Omega's got so many weapons in his arsenal. And now, no, Bailey escaped. Ricochet and Omega collide heads. Back heel kick. Bailey looking for the backside. Wait a second, Ricochet. This is how he got to this match in the first place. The feeder on the Thompson. Oh! Wow. How the hell did Omega kick out?
We are just seeing three magnificent athletes, man. We really are.
It also shows how important the AEW International Championship is that these men are battling for.
Absolutely. This is what AEW is all about, Taz.
Yes, sir. Good draw. Right there. That'll cool off those kicks of Speedball for sure.
You know, Speedball keeps crawling back, keeps pushing himself back into this.
Resilient for sure, but he's hurt. That knee got ripped up with that dragon screw. And now the focus is Ricochet on Omega.
You supposed to be the best bout machine, huh? You supposed to
Ricochet. The words will not beat the champion. Wait, Omega backs to the ropes. Ricochet. Sent over the top. Crashes on the floor, and now Bailey. Oh, my goodness. Oh, Bailey measured him, brother.
Playing possum for a second.
A speedball Mike Bailey, perhaps on the verge of claiming his first AEW championship.
Got to be knocked out, Omega. What a shot across the jaw.
Bailey. He's used this shooting star knee drop, this ultimate weapon in the past. No!
Back to that knee.
That is the knee that came down on the apron, Taz.
That's exactly right. And Kenny sees there's an opening to really zone in on speedball here. Nice switch.
The knee bar. Yeah. Omega, the knee bar is cinched in.
And knee bar up there.
Killer knee up. Yeah, it's a killer instinct, man. Just kidding.
The only benefit is speedball's barefoot. That helps when you really right. It's tough to do a heel hook.
That's right. Good call, Taz.
What a match these guys are having. Unbelievable. What a battle for this international championship.
Unbelievable. Just loving every minute of this. Ricochet.
You got to go for the kill, Ricochet. You don't need to beat Omega. That's right. Reversal. Ooh.
Bailey very nearly got it there, but Ricochet. The sidestep, the kick of the leg. Kenny's on the floor, guys.
Yeah, Kenny's hurting. He's got to try to get in and defend his own champion.
There it goes. Center of the ring. Oh, my God. I thought it slipped by Kenny right there, and so did Ricochet. What a freaking match.
I think Kenny might be banged up on the outside because he's not making his way in the ring. So he's got to be hurting a bit, which is just very expected. Yeah, it's very expected. These guys are going crazy out here with three of these athletes.
Ricochet looking to load up that spirit gun.
Kenny just snaps them out.
Omega drags Ricochet out to the floor, and now Omega. Nobody home. Bailey pulls him up. High stack and over leverage.
I almost got him, guys. He's stacking super high, this speedball. Oh my God, that's like a fourth kick to the face. Man, I don't know. Kenny, how's he going to get up from that one?
That back heel kick. Referee got clipped too, and now he's back to his feet.
But that left leg is gingerly an issue right now for speedball. You saw how he climbed.
Bailey, that left leg landed awkwardly on the torso of Omega.
He ready to scream.
Yeah, you can hear him scream. Shooting star press from Ricochet. 1, 2, no!
Well, Bailey, you could see it in the camera view. He wanted to get in there and break that cover, but he tried. His knee buckled. His left knee buckled.
Could not. Flip the bird by. And then just didn't get there, but it's Kid. Now Ricochet. Oh, man. Just leaping drop kick in the corner.
This international title's up for grabs. This is anyone's match here.
Kid Bailey is hung in there, man. And he could be at the end of his rope here. Kenny, look at this. Ricochet. Maybe another shooting star press. Maybe that 630 senton. No, it's a shooting star press. Bailey, the knees are up. The cradle is in. 2, throw.
So close right there because Ricochet crashed and burned.
Yeah.
Speedball screaming in pain because of his left knee.
It was the knees that got up to his head. It had to hurt Speedball as much as it did.
Bailey trying to will himself on to become a champion. And who knows what's going on internally with the body of Omega. We don't know that.
Guys, this is one of the Ricochet banging off me. He's banging one of the greatest three-way matches I've ever seen.
Yeah, he's slapping him. Jeez.
Oh, Ricochet catches the boot. That's that rough leg, the compromised left leg, and he hammered down.
Very smart right there of Ricochet. I don't care if you love him or hate him. This is what you need to do. The guy is hurt on that left leg. He's a bona fide Taekwondo guy with your black belt. And rip up that knee. That's what you got to do.
These three guys have gone nearly 30 minutes. 30 minutes! Just pushing each other.
Oh, I saw that move. I saw that move. Perhaps this could do a lot of damage. Ricochet said that's not going to work. Sweep the leg.
Ricochet, covering, kid, covering. His knee's got to be shot after that. Bailey makes the cover. 1, 2, oh, knee trigger. Up there. Not kicked his ear off his head. That knee trigger was on target. Kenny Omega's out. That's so fast. Oh my God. Oh, what a shot. Damn.
Gonna remember this match the rest of my life.
Now Omega for a one-winged angel. Ricochet up to his feet. A simple shove sends both men into the corner. Poison Rana.
Getting hit hard. I think there's something in store here for Speedball.
Could be an avalanche vertigo. Fight for his life up there is Bailey. And look at Ricochet with a handful of hair. That was the only thing that kept Ricochet upright. Oh, brother. Here's Kenny getting to his feet. Ricochet for that vertigo off the tippy top, but Omega hit him right in the rib area, I believe. Body shots by Omega. Oh my God, what the hell are these guys doing now? Omega, oh man, he's got a one-winged angel up there. It's gonna be an between Kenny Omega and the Rainmaker Kazuchika Okada. Well, we don't have enough time right now to talk about it. But let me tell you, these two men have engaged in some of, if not the greatest battles that have ever taken place inside a professional wrestling ring. And now they both got gold on their shoulders. Oh, when you said Excalibur is not hold a statement, champion looking at champion, Okada, I assume, is putting Kenny on notice. It's Omega, the first to flinch. The AEW Continental Champion, the Rainmaker, Kazuchika Okada. You know, guys, Kenny just went through this 30-plus minute match. It's the smart thing to do. Yeah. By Okada? Absolutely. Absolutely. Two of the greatest wrestlers of all time. Two of the greatest champions of all time. And current champions in AEW. And two of the greatest professional wrestlers of their or any generation, Omega and Okada. But fans, there is only one match left, and it is for the AEW World Championship. Jon Moxley, Swerve Strickland, Dynasty. Who are you, really? What are you, really? I know.
see everything, I hear everything. I know exactly who you are. I know exactly what you are, and I know what you could be. The most dangerous man in AEW, Swerve Strickland. I will give you a chance. You just have to ask yourself one question. How far am I willing to go? Oh my God! Moxley! You know why they call me the most dangerous man in AEW? It's not how much I'm willing to put pain on somebody else. It's how much I'm willing to endure, to take, to continue doing what I have to do to get what I want. Going back against Swerve Strickland, they have to walk through hell to get this win tonight. Take a shot. The future of my sport in the hands of guys like you. Like I told you, I'm willing to go all the way. Moxley! What did he do? I'm going to talk unscripted violence. Boy, I am violence. Keep on willing to go. I'm not resting until I have my hands on John Moxley as the max. I am the most dangerous man in AEW. Who's else? And in Philadelphia, I take back that AEW World Championship till the heart stops. Mine or yours, John? There are no lengths that John Moxley and the Death Riders will not go to defend the AEW World Championship. Swerve Strickland, defiant. Dynasty, I return to my throne. It's main event time live in Philadelphia.
Where's he at? There he is. John Moxley. And love him or hate him, you cannot argue with the results. He is the first, the only four-time AEW World Champion. No one has held the world title longer than AEW during his record-setting 4 reigns. 523 days. For those wondering, we can only assume that briefcase that Marina is carrying. In the context of it is the AEW World Championship, we believe. But this is the champion right here. But we don't really see the championship much, as you know, like Scott. He was less injured. He was last October. John Moxley, in one fell swoop, in one night, ended the full-time in-ring career of the American Dragon, Bryan Danielson. He claimed the AEW World Championship for a record-setting 4th time. And then put it under the Lock and Key. Yeah, he did. I don't remember anybody ever doing that in all my years in the business, in the sport of pro wrestling, doing stuff like that, where they basically take the championship belt themselves, and it's kind of held hostage. You don't see it. Moxley believes that he's the only one deserving to look upon the AEW World Championship. And I'll be honest, as a former world champion, I don't necessarily disagree with it. I was going to say the same thing. What's wrong with that? I don't think there is anything wrong with it. I know some people do, but he said it recently on I think it was on a Dynamite in the interview. Mox said, you want to see the AEW, I'm paraphrasing, the AEW World Championship, you're looking at it. It's me. He's not wrong. He's a man that embodies chaos, that embodies violence, but the same can be said about his opponent. Oh, there's no doubt. Strickland is a violent cat. Marching orders to Marina from Mox. Exactly. So like I said, there is a plan. Yeah, you're right, Shivani. There is always a plan. Mox and the Death Riders always have some sort of plan. Who the hell knows what that is, if there is one, for this championship matchup. Referee Paul Turner drawing the assignment for tonight's main event, and for one final time to make it official, let's go to the ring and the tap out. Justin Rock.
Introducing the challenger, accompanied by Prince Nana from Tacoma, Washington, weighing 230 pounds, Strickland. From Cincinnati, Ohio, weighing 231 pounds, he's been reigning and defending all Elite Wrestling World Champion,
The tension surrounding our main event is palpable. Everyone in this arena, I think, knows what these two men are capable of. Oh, yeah. And frankly, a little bit nervous about what they're about to see.
Because they're unpredictable. They both have that in common in their style. They're also similar in size, Shivani, but the unpredictability is a real thing with these two guys. They're dangerous guys. They'll go to any lengths.
And we're probably going to see it tonight. What these two guys will, and there's, speaking of lengths, Excalibur, that John Moxley's still bearing the scars, the wounds of his encounter with Adam Copeland, and Spike just 3.5 weeks ago at Dynamite.
Peel the skin right off the bat. Owen wants to make that first move. So important. If you make that first move and miss, you could be behind the 8 ball the rest of the match. See, that's why you kind of play that little science game, physical science.
Yes, sir. Behind the 8 ball for the rest of the match, whether that match lasts 30 minutes or 3 more seconds.
Absolutely. You're right.
That's how dangerous these two men are. The blink of an eye.
And for a single, they got it. Almost. Yep, got it. Work him down. Did Strickland trying to get the legs in there. And are you surprised? I thought they'd come out slugging. I did too. I mean, nice kind of spin into a cradle by Mox. Now he's in a mount position, which can basically pin you in our sport, right?
But Swerve doing a good job of rounding the shoulders, keeping him up. But he put his arm in jeopardy now. Moxley, a quick Jujigatame, but Swerve slips free.
He's going for a Juji. He was going to go for a Juji, but Mox was smart and kept his belly down. This is not as effective as a cross arm breaker or Jujigatame.
Now Moxley.
Ooh, that's effective.
Want to do a Fujiwara armbar?
Yeah, Fujiwara armbar will rip off your deltoid, your shoulder.
There you go.
Swerve now working on the right arm, trying to transition to a big predicament. He does. Moxley kicks out.
That was excellent by Strickland, the challenger. Well done there.
Fans love it too. Got an applause. Love to see him on the mat to begin things.
Unexpected. Short of Shivani, if Strickland should play a mat game with Mox, he's got a pretty good jiu-jitsu background, Mox.
Yeah, not only the traditional professional wrestling grappling background, but the jiu-jitsu as well.
He wants to be on the guard. He wants to be on bottom, meaning Strickland. Trying to bait him in on bottom. It's kind of like watching an MMA match here. A version of an inverted drop toe hold and then broke him down to his belly.
We're doing a good job of taking away the vertical face of the AEW World Champion.
2-on-1 wrist. That's important. That's why Mox broke it. He's going for a double wrist lock. Got it.
Unfortunately for Moxley, his swerve maneuver into the ropes. Referee Paul Turner demanding a clean break.
Double wrist locks are brutal. The hold has been around for decades. It's a nasty old school hold.
That's why it's been around for decades, right?
It works. Right. It works.
There we go.
And he hit it right there.
Yeah, these are bombs being traded.
Challenger's not playing around.
Swerve the uppercut. Not sure if that was between the shoulder blades or at the base of the neck. Either way. Swerve driving the flat of his boot to the side of the head of the champion.
Strickland's done playing a mat game here with the champion. Knuckle locks right there, trying to get positioning.
Moxley with a slight size advantage on Swerve Strickland.
Yeah, slight is the right word because they are very close in size.
Swerve, though, you can see trying to dig on the balls of his feet to push forward, but Moxley manipulating the grip of Swerve.
Yeah, and if you notice, initially Mox kept his body close to Strickland, like his midsection. You want to do that for a leverage. Mox instead trying to talk and trash, he backed up. And next thing you know, your opponent can stand up then.
Moxley breaks the grip, fires in the chop, a second into the chest of the challenger.
And heavy hands does Mox.
Swerve showing his agility. And now coming through, T. Harris takes down the champion. Moxley sent to the floor. Swerve in pursuit. Swerve just coming down hard with that kick.
Yeah, great speed to get to the point of attack that time. He didn't waste any motion at all to get there.
Nick Swerve. Strickland's got a lot of experience in this sport, as does Mox. So you're witnessing two guys that know what the hell they're doing. That's why they're battling for the biggest prize in the game, AEW World Championship.
Moxley saying hard that ringside barricade. And now Swerve Strickland. Prince Nana loves the money. He does. All things being equal, I'd much rather have Marina Shafir in my corner, but I digress.
Right, watch out.
They're right here.
John Moxley and Swerve Strickland coming near our announce desk, much to our panic.
What's Strickland up to here?
Yes! Oh my God! What a shot! Yeah, Moxley, a slugging elbow strike and Swerve on the way down. I think his leg may have gotten slightly hung up in the ropes. It's a great way to tear a ligament on Swerve Strickland. Then he got stepped on by Marina walking up here.
Oh, right, yeah, you're right. Definitely pulling the knee up that way.
Moxley able to pick up the pieces here.
That's the opening that Mox wants and needs.
Yeah, right. Oh, now Swerve. Oh, God. His head being driven into the diamond plate of those steel ring steps. Like a cheese grater, man.
That's Moxley. He thinks he's on the streets of Cincinnati.
Swerve the hip, the side body going into those steps. Moxley into the ring, but I think only to break the count now. And arguing with Paul Turner is Marina Shafir, the cheap shot on the outside.
Where she has been one of the greatest cheap shot artists we've seen in a long time.
I think the
She's
frustration,
an opportunist. Let's say that's a nicer way to say it.
frustrations on behalf of Moxley and Shafir still evident from what went down this past Wednesday, Tony. Right. And Swerve and Willow Nightingale picked up a win. Sure.
God, is she crazy or something?
But now, Moxley,
Just driving a forearm right across. Looks like he's cheating.
and now headbutts, trying to open him up.
Yeah, he sure is.
Yeah. He's going right into that forehand.
Got a swollen right eye. His Swerve, that keeps up. It's not a bad strategy, right?
Shut his eyes. Right. That's wrong. I mean, Strickland would do the same thing if he had the opportunity. There's no doubt.
Moxley sending Swerve out to the floor right in front of our announce desk.
Double axe handle right across the spine.
Here it goes. Shit.
Well, I'm still on here. The other guys aren't. Mox right now is trying to wear out.
So Excalibur went down. You okay, buddy? As John Moxley's right in Excalibur's seat.
Crush in the face right there on Strickland.
Hurt, man.
Oh, brother. And shaking.
Stay right where you are, brother.
Strickland is of a mind here, but he's bleeding right now. I can tell you that.
Yeah, it's from those shots, Taz, that we saw earlier. And my God, Moxley's grabbing the freaking plate steps.
Yeah, Mox has got some. I'm sorry, Strickland's got some blood going on that head there. Excalibur, get back.
God.
Well, every time Moxley's around, he might catch a stray.
Okay. You all right?
Yeah.
All right. God almighty. Moxley's nuts.
Ripping apart the face, biting the head.
Yeah, he's out of control here now.
He's a wild man. He's trying to defend that world championship he's got. That's the issue. He's desperate.
He was taking those steps, and he dragged those steps out from the ring post. And just laying out the head of Swerve.
Yeah, lacerated by this full-on assault by John Moxley. And
it's barbaric. Kind of borderline disgusting, but this is Moxley he's not playing nice.
No. And Swerve Strickland knew that was going in. I mean, everybody knew this.
Swerve now, trying to roll, trying to get away, but yeah, just trying to get away.
You know,
oh, look at Moxley. Now he breaks the count. Yeah, he's satisfied right after. Yes.
The video before the match, Swerve said, "I'm the most dangerous man, not only because of what I can dish out, but what I will take. The left side will go," and we're seeing it right now.
The referee will definitely be lenient, obviously, with count. That's just for the world title.
You know, referee's discretion is important, but even that has its limits.
Oh, God. Oh, man, Strickland's in a lot of trouble here.
This is how he... It's what he did to Willow Nightingale Wednesday night. It wasn't on the steps, but now...
What he did to Willow Nightingale should tell you all you need to know about John Moxley.
God almighty. It's a super dangerous man, the world champion, because he does not want to lose that title. He'll do anything he can to hold on to it.
You saw Swerve blinking those eyes rapidly. He's trying to keep the blood from blinding him. As Paul Turner up to in there, Strickland. Just makes the dive and under the bottom rope to beat the count, but I think the damage has been done at this point. He's got to go in the cage here with the lion. He just flopped himself at the ring, man. You're going right to harm's way, obviously. Oh, God. Stalling pile driver. That might be it. By the champion. The cover's been made. 2. Swerve. Kicking out, but not a lot on that kick out. Look at that hematoma, that big lump on the right. I think it was the right side of his head.
You know, I don't think John Moxley minded that kick up by Swerve. I think he wants to damage him more. I think he wants to torture him.
He's fixing to do that right now. Good God. What's going on?
Don't let him get die like that.
He's put his knuckle. Yeah, that knuckle. He's targeting the wound. It's around the eyebrows. Strickland. What the hell is going on? Fighting. Definitely disgusting. Yeah, John Moxley is another level. And the head scissor was it. The legs tied up. I'm sorry, head scissor. Yeah, look at there it is. He goes from that just being a barbarian to go into some good technical wrestling. You know, that's kind of what the champion's about. Unpredictability, desperation, violence. Yeah, I mean, Tez, we knew this one wouldn't be for the faint of heart. And John Moxley giving everybody what they expected here. Beating the hell out of Strickland right here. Just a round kick to the chest, maybe with the toe of the boot. Those thick-soled combat boots, too. Yeah, they're far from wrestling boots. And you can see Strickland's eyes. He's far from gone. He's still awake here. And it's like he said, it's what I'll take. Moxley turns, Swerve inside out. There's Moxley showing his utter contempt for the audience here in Philadelphia. Absolutely. He did that walking in. Swerve Strickland. Yeah. They're walking in and screaming, this is not Swerve's house. Look at him just jawing this. He's enjoying this, man. He's feeling good. Again. Fighting at the wounded intent. I mean, it's impossible to guess at the mindset of John Moxley, but you think this is a case of Swerve Strickland calling himself the most dangerous man in AEW, and Moxley saying, you think so? He's eating his blows right now from the challenger. And you kind of heard what the champ said. You got to hit me harder than that. You got to hit harder than that. Thunderous shot, buckling the knees of the champion. He answered it, didn't he? And Mox likes it. He likes that. Yeah. That's what I was wanting. A free adjustment. Now we hear the chant of Swerve's out. Moxley inviting the contact from the challenger. Guys are bringing those forearm shivers. Old school like Bill Berge from the Philadelphia Eagles. Those I remember. Great linebacker. Oh! Ricochet turning the corner. Staggered open-handed. Yeah, that staggered Moxley. Boots. He's getting that momentum. The challenge is getting that momentum. Oh, but the momentum just hit a roadblock. Ran right into it. Moxley transition into the Kimura. He sure did. Kimura, double wrist lock. That double wrist lock takedown is what he did in the box. And that's a straight Kimura or double wrist lock right there. And it is a brutal hold. Swerve trying to bring his arm around the corner, but in doing so now puts him in self-jeopardy. The Juji Gatame. That transition from the double wrist lock to the Juji. You got to grab your own hand if you can, Strickland. He's trying to break it with his foot, though. Don't extend that bicep or you're done. Yeah, Swerve doing a good job of rolling into Moxley. But now putting himself a triangle sleeper. Swerve peppering the body of Moxley with some shots, but this hold will put you out quick. Yeah, what happens is Swerve's own bicep comes across his carotid artery. The legs of John Moxley have like a vice-like grip around the head. The blood leaves the brain, and you pass out. It's a choke. It's a legal choke, but it's a choke. saw the crowd there. It's our first ever pay-per-view in Philadelphia. And what a night it is.
Oh, what power by Swerve!
And that was impressive. Moxley's not a little dude. That was impressive.
This deep in this thing, the punishment Strickland's taken, to have the power, the strength to do what he just did.
Yeah, I mean, not just the punishment he endured in the submission holds over the last few moments. I'm talking about everything he's been through in this entire match.
Now we're getting a little bit of slugging back and forth. Moxley slings to a corner, guys. Is he in trouble, maybe?
Might be. Got Swerve landing shots unabated here on the champion. Moxley into the corner. Hip toss.
Yeah, and rolling through here, we've seen Strickland do this a lot. It's a patented deal from him.
Here we go. Delayed on the vertical suplex, but Swerve slow to capitalize. Fatigue quickly becoming an issue for the challenger.
Wow, got a 2 count. Let's not forget it was 1 year ago at Dynasty. We were in St. Louis. Swerve defeats Samoa Joe to become the world champion. Can lightning strike twice in Dynasty? Can history repeat itself?
Oh, wait a second, Moxley. Now, into the grip, Swerve, counters, got a pin, big predicament.
Nice counter, almost captured a steal and a pin there.
Swerve laces through. Yes, knee, backbreaker on the champion.
Whoa, wow.
I think it could happen. I think if you win it again, you just have to follow up with something here.
A Swerve rolling through, looking for fun.
Moxley.
Counters with the cutter.
Awesome counter. These are some of the reasons why that guy right there is the AEW World Champion.
Boy, he gets lustily booed, too, as he walks around.
Moxley thinking Death Rider here. Swerve counters, boot to the midsection. Oh, whoa, man. Swerve could be thinking vertebreaker.
Yes.
Oh, my God, no. Moxley to his feet.
Yeah, trying to get that Bulldog choke. No.
Drags him over the top. The Bulldog is in. It is in tight.
Yeah, and doing that inverted headlock takedown, which you don't see much. It's a move that Suzuki has made famous for those that know. Back in the day, he did anyway, but it makes the hold, the Bulldog choke, even tighter. That inverted headlock takedown.
The closest rope is to the near side, and that's where Swerve is going. Oh, was going.
And now the body lock. The scissors are in.
Yeah, this might be the end for the challenger. Strickland's going to get choked out here.
Swerve is fading and fading fast in the grip of Jon Moxley.
Oh, you got his grip on Swerve's hair, too. Notice that?
Yeah, I did see it. But now changes into an S grip, wrenches back further around the throat, around the carotid artery of Swerve Strickland.
Sometimes the harder you fight, the worse it is in something like this.
Sometimes you got to fight, you move your body into your opponent, not away. If you move away, the choke gets tighter.
Swerve launches off that middle turnbuckle to get out of the grip, and now leaps up and flatlines Moxley.
Face first. Oof.
And Tony, you mentioned Dynasty last year where Swerve captured the AEW World Championship. Think back to December 13th, 2023, the inaugural Continental Classic. Swerve Strickland, his only loss coming in group stage to Jon Moxley, and Swerve avenges now.
Yeah, so that gives Swerve plenty of reason to want to win this match. Now, Swerve may be getting a second win here. I'm not sure. He's back up. Yes! There it is.
He's going to get a new champ.
History's going to repeat itself.
Strickland, he's looking. Not sure why he's not going for the to try to get the victory. I don't know what.
Maybe Swerve thinks it's going to take more than just one house call to put Moxley down.
Yeah, you might be right.
Yeah, he's hurting too, guys. Look at that. All he could do to pull himself up. There goes. No.
Second down, Moxley went for broke with the lariat and connected.
Swerve ran into a buzzsaw.
But was that everything that Swerve Strickland had left?
Boy, that knocked Moxley's loose.
Oh, and that's Shafir into the ring, the briefcase.
Well, a disqualification will keep the title on John Moxley.
Referee is trying to be lenient, but he's going to, you know what, Tony? Frankly, the coward's way out.
That's exactly right. That's a great call.
How about none? Let's cut the promo on. Oof.
He's not budging.
Oh, God.
And there goes Mox. Oh, I saw that one. All the way coming down the Mississippi.
And now Shafir. Watch behind Shafir and watch behind. A sidestep by Swerve. Backfire City. The boat. The Paradise Champion. Come to you. So close. And I thought he had it. Me too, Taz. Damn. And so does Swerve. Big momentum shift. Fans are getting behind Swerve here. Swerve. Perched on top, maybe thinking Swerve stomp, but no! Oh, God. Set crashing to the floor. That was a really bad landing the challenger just took. It was a bad landing for the challenger, but it was maybe a championship-saving move by John Moxley. Place is packed and they're going nuts. They hating on Moxley big time. Oh, God. All right. What other implements of destruction? A ladder. It's not your standard 6-footer either. No, it's not. Big board.
Never heard a fan behind us call him a sick bastard.
Yeah, you're right. Thought he was talking to you.
Well, I don't know what. That would have been cold sick bastard. But man, it's something else.
Sure what John's got in mind here, but it's definitely not good. That ladder getting set up in front of those steel ring steps.
We are all moving on to go to the left.
Excalibur, you take one shot. Stand up and look to the left, sir, please. Strickland's in trouble here.
Standing up.
Strickland can't even get to his feet.
The Spanish announce team was over near us. This is nuts. This is dangerous.
Whose house is it now?
Whose house is it now, says Moxley.
Moxley was swerved. Trying to crawl to his feet. The ladder raised. He's got a front headlock on. Simply front choke, front face lock, whatever you want to call it. Referee is trying his best here, but man, you can just feel something bad is going to happen.
Yeah, I'm telling you, if somebody falls off that ladder and hits his announce table.
On Moxley, he looked over his shoulder. He wants to drive Swerve Strickland through that announce table. Oh, this is scary. I mean, there's only so much offensively you can do while you're up there. I mean, you have no things to hit you free. And then at what point does referee Paul Turner have to make a very difficult decision? When has Moxley gone too far for a vertical suplex like a superplex? Swerve. Some shots to the body of Moxley. That's on the page of Mox. Just ripping the skin off the back. The fingernails into the flesh. Desperate of the world champion. Challenger's desperate. I don't blame him. And now Swerve. The right hands. Fight for his life. He's turning the tables. As Moxley backing down the ladder. Wait a second. Swerve, no. He's going to do it. Well, you know what he's going to do. Oh, no.
He's not doing a meteor, is it?
Yeah, we're doing awesome.
You heard that just explosion. As you see grabbing that knee, the head. I'm going to take another look at it here. The Swerve, in trying to take out the champion, Taz, his own knee.
Yeah, well, as they say, you got to leave it out here sometimes, especially when you're going for the world title. So, wow, I don't even know how these two men are even moving.
I agree. Well, look, Swerve is just dragging himself towards the ring now. As is Moxley. Swerve limping, very obviously rolled out. Yeah, a lot of ways. Moxley now. Hold on here. Okay. Moxley staggering around on his feet. Yeah, that's the amazing thing. He's on his feet, Excalibur. Moxley rolls into the ring, as does Swerve Strickland. And our main event for the AEW World Championship continues. Sharing a laugh. I mean, what more can they do to each other? It's so evenly matched. Back and forth they go. Jeez. Well, I would say we're going to be here all night, but we are. Well, listen, I tell you what, they're standing everywhere. We got the greatest fans in the world. We're past no one's left. No one's left this arena. No one's left. They've stayed with us the entire time. They've seen some of the greatest wrestling ever. And they love these AEW fans. Those chops, Taz, those chops are coming up high by Swerve. They are. They're going on the floor to Moxley. They're going fast. And by the way, everybody watched our pay-per-view. We appreciate the love and watching this battle for the world title. Absolutely. Fans on pay-per-view, fans here. Oh, Moxley changes levels and goes after the injured knee of Swerve Strickland. That's good smart. That's some street fight stuff right there. I like it. As Marina Shafir sending the chair into the ring. Paul Turner didn't see it. As Moxley punches. Oh no. 100-mile-per-hour fastball over the plate. Referee got lit up right there with that chair. He never saw it coming. Called it. Oh, it's Swerve. Got Moxley hooked up. Still grabbing at that knee. Yeah, she is no referee though. I don't know if Moxley will be out soon. Oh, who's that? What's that? What's that? Oh, not man out of Page. We saw that tense standoff. He's looking right at right at Swerve. He's thinking thought shot. Oh, wait a minute. Like you said, here comes the Death Riders. We'll never know. As now Unicorn on Pat descending on the ring. No referee. Death Riders do the same stuff they do all the time. Just beat down after beat down. Referee never saw what hit him. Paul Turner is out cold near this ring post over here. And all this takes place. And look at this. Oh, they're focusing on Hangman. And Yuta. Oh! Put Claudio to the path of a psycho knee. And now, Hangman, turn the uh-oh. Oh,
Yeah.
Claudio, he grabbed that leg, snaps Hangman out here. Oh, my God. Hold on.
Yeah.
And we will never know if Hangman Adam Page is going to go after Swerve or go after Moxley. But I think the Death Riders made the decision for him. Oh, man, what a shot. I think Hangman didn't know what to do. He looked both ways. But now Swerve with the champion down and potentially out. Oh, you can feel these people in the house. They feel it. We're going to crown a new champ. They've been with us the entire way, and now they're all standing. Swerve ascends to the top. Bring it! Stop! We need a referee! Swerve, he can't make the cover. It don't even matter yet. There's no ref. We need a ref. Strickland's grabbing his knee. We apologize. I mean, it is pitch black. That is. In the middle of all of this.
Yeah! Oh, damn it. Oh.